a lot of our regular business. We did elect new chair and vice chair. So myself, Leo Evans from City of Canyon City, will be serving as the chair this year. And Eric Stone, commissioner from Teller County, will be vice chair. A lot of updates from legislative and policy committees and local agencies. I think the only other action we took was some minor modification to RPP funding in some of the outer years to align with some CDOT projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Grand Valley.
All right, so we had our board meeting on January 26th, and at that meeting, we had a great presentation from CDOT on the 10-year plan. We also adopted regional targets for the safety performance measures, so that was something new for us. We usually just adopt statewide targets, but we thought it was important to kind of really share the picture in the Grand Valley, which I think a lot of other MPOs have also done recently. We also had a TIP amendment, and then we also did an update on the mobility hub, which is moving through design and making some progress on that. We did a second briefing on the relocation of the Grand Valley Transit and bus stop at the Grand Junction Airport. They're planning to move it like 1,000 feet away from the entrance. Right now, it's right outside the airport. And so we had some community feedback, especially from those with disabilities about just the accessibility of that bus stop. So there was a briefing at that. And then on the safety front, we're starting to plan an event we did last year, which is the Cycle Safety Fest, which is basically bringing together like motorcycles and cyclists to talk about safety. And there was like motorcycle demos, first rides, did a lot of things just kind of about motorcycle and bicycle safety. And we're actually combining that with a car show this year. So it should be a pretty good event, kind of trying to target people that are already there. So I think that's our update.
Okay. Thank you. Denver. Dr. Cox.
Thank you, Chair. So Dr. Cog had two board meetings actually in January. We had a special board meeting on January 7th, where we adopted our 2026 policy statement of state legislative issues, as well as adopted amendments to the 2026-2029 TIP. We made appointments to the Front Range Passenger Rail Board of Directors, and we received two informational briefings. One was on Dr. Cog's regional housing strategy update and the Urban Land Institute's technical assistance programs, as well as an informational briefing on recommended investment priorities for the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. Our regular board meeting was January 21st. We received an informational briefing from the Regional Transportation District's Accountability Committee, and we adopted fiscal year 2025 TIP first year project delays. We also adopted the 2026 policy statement on federal legislative issues and adopted the recommended investment priorities for the 2050 RTP, adopted the active transportation plan, and then we received our legislative preview for the 2026 session and discussed new legislative bills. And then we received two additional informational briefings. One was on CDOT's 10-year plan update, and the other was potential extension or expansion, apologies, of Dr. Cog's metropolitan planning organization boundaries to include Clear Creek and Gilpin County.
Okay, thank you. Gunnison Valley.
Good morning, everybody. We met on January 8th for our STAC onboarding. Myself, Sue Hansen, and Michelle Nauer, Commissioner Nauer from Uray County. We have been fully onboarded. Well, I wouldn't say fully, but we've been onboarded and attended a couple of training classes. We actually, we're the new chair and vice chair for Gunnison Valley TPR. Said goodbye to Vince Rogalski, and we were assured that we didn't have to do a 30-year term. So we were happy to be involved in this commission and the board. So we're happy to be here.
And I just want to say hi from Uray. I'm Uray County Commissioner, and I couldn't find an excuse not to come over today, last night. There was no weather. It was beautiful up on the pass. I'm sorry to say that because I know we need snow. But anyway, I'm here and I just want to say thanks for having me.
Yes.
So.
Thank you for coming. Okay, Intermountain.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the chair of the Intermountain TPR. And we canceled our January meeting just because of lack of agenda items. Our next meeting will be in early April. But we are processing a lot of build grants right now. We have a lot of communities that are submitting build grants and we're approving those letters as they come in. So we'll hopefully get some money rolling into the Intermountain area through the grant program. That's it.
Thank you.
My phone is actually, I think it actually, because
North Front Range.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, Kristen Stevens, Chair of the North Front Range MPO. Sorry I can't be in person. I'm not feeling that well. I don't want to get all of you sick. So we had our last meeting on January 8th. At that meeting, the council approved the Foothills Transit Station MMOF match relief request for Fort Collins, although they have lost federal funding on this project. So to be continued whether that project moves forward. We also approved the 2022 to 2026 safety performance measure targets, which for us are also regionally specific and not just the statewide numbers. And then at that same meeting, our planning council heard presentations from the Restore Our Roads folks for that ballot measure sponsored by Tom Peterson and Tony Milo. We also heard from the US 34 Transit Study consultant lead, HDR, on the results of the 2-year transit planning study for the US 34 corridor between Loveland and Greeley. Folks who are familiar with this might know that there is no transit on that very important commuter corridor at this point. So really, really great to have the study and to try to improve things along that corridor. So, and that is it for us. And then we have a meeting tonight. So thank you.
you're
Thank
American,
you.
can you maintain some level of digital?
Northwest.
Okay.
Brian.
Hi there. Mr. Hernandez, your mic is not muted. You might want to mute that.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Brian with the Northwest TPR. We had our last meeting January 15th. Pretty short agenda. We did talk about approving the 10-year plan for Region 3. It didn't get fully approved, but we did an email out and had a couple of responses for edits. So should have that approved probably this week. So you guys can move forward with that. Other than that, not a lot to report. We had within the region, Winter Park celebrated Mary Jane's 50th birthday on January 10th and will now be an annual party. So mark your calendars. And then next Saturday, we have Fraser Fire and Ice Festival if you want to come up for that. We're unfortunately making snow for the snow sculpture. But yeah, should be a fun event. So thanks much.
Okay, thank you. Pikes Peak, John.
Thanks, Gary. Let me start by saying that we want to thank Shane Ferguson and his staff at Region 2. They're making a great progress on the airport interchange, and it looks like they're going to be able to open half of that up, the bridge, in March. So again, thanks to our CDOT partners. Other things that we have going on, we're getting ready to release our Certified Safety Action Plan out for public comment. We're working on the fiscal year 2731 tip, and a big thanks to CDOT Region 2 staff, Lindsay and Jeff and Scott for helping out with that. And I see Jamie Collins. We met with Jamie. Hey, thanks for all the help, Jamie, the other day. And then the last little bit of information is we had our annual meeting in January, and we appointed Corey Applegate, Commissioner with El Paso County, to the Front Range Passenger Rail District. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pueblo area.
Okay, good morning. So January, we selected our new officers. We still have Councilor Brett Boston is our board president. And we also welcomed 3 new counselors. So one of those is on today. He is our new STAC representative, Counselor Ted Hernandez. We also passed a resolution for our safety performance measures, and these are our regional measures. We adopted our own just like we did last year. We heard from our consultants who are doing our LRTP, which all of our draft chapters are up for public comment and will be until March 1st. I'm working on presenting to the Transportation Commission on our greenhouse gas report for February 18th. And we also appointed a new representative to the Front Range Passenger Rail, Miles Lucero, who is a county commissioner. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. San Luis Valley. Vern.
Yeah, thanks. Vern Hersink, San Luis Valley TPR Chair. Not a lot to report. We don't meet till February 26th as far as the TPR goes. The city and county of Alamosa are in the middle of a access control plan that's causing quite a bit of consternation among some of our business owners. So that's the news from Alamosa.
South Central.
Good morning. Thank you. Brian Blasi, South Central TPR. We met January 29th in Walsenburg. We had officer elections. Commissioner Mitchell Wardell is elected chair once again. Commissioner Felix Lopez from Los Animas County was elected vice chair. We approved fiscal year 3032 RPP funding. CDOT announced that they had found funding for Colorado Highway 12 repaving through Los Animas County. They're also starting the Raton Pass Wildlife Mitigation Project with studies, and there's pieces that they're going to start construction on. And then we also heard the traffic study for Walsenburg Highway 160 and 7th Street interchange. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Southeast, Stephanie.
Good morning. Thank you. We met on January 28th with our TPR. We had election of officers as well. I'm the chair. Commissioner Ron Cook is our rep for the STAC. Our meeting was full of updates with our transit policies being presented and approved. We had approvals on the RPP FY26 funding additions and RPP FY 30 through 32. We also awarded our MMOF funding, and I just want to commend our Region 2 team who is working on a really great project for us. They're in the planning stages for the US 50 shift planning grant. It's a design and construction of 12 passing lanes between Pueblo and the Kansas state line. So we're pretty excited about that. Our next meeting will be in April. Thank you.
Thank you. Southern Ute, Mandy.
Good morning, everyone. There are no Southern Ute updates for this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Did anybody join from Southwest? And anybody from Upper Front Range? Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim Malone, Upper Front Range. Last meeting was a short agenda. I was elected chair for the Front Range TPR. Next meeting is going to be March 5th. CDOT gave the Board of County Commissioners a presentation on Tuesday about Phase 4, which is a resurfacing on I-76 east of Brush from Brush to the county line. So we're excited about that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For Eastern, we have not had a meeting and nothing new this last month, so I don't have anything to report. Our federal, or need to make sure, Ute Mountain, anybody from there? Okay. Our federal partners, John, anything to report?
Good morning. John Cater with Federal Highway. I guess one thing to talk about is that the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has got a new initiative coming out called Safe Roads, and that's where we're going to focus on arterials. So a large proportion of fatalities occur on arterials. And so it's going to be kind of a focus on safety on arterial routes, both urban and rural. And so there's going to be more coming out of that in the next couple of weeks here. There was an initial kind of a kickoff thing last summer, and now we're going to have another update on that and how we're going to focus on that and ways we can improve safety on some of these arterial routes. So that's coming down the pike, and I guess that's it. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything from FTA? I don't know if we have anybody
Morning, Emma
representing
Belmont
FTA.
here.
Okay,
Hi,
thank you.
hi there. No, I don't have any updates though. Thank you though.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other TPR reports or federal partners that I missed? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to Ann. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Transit and Rail Advisory Committee.
Yeah, we met on January 22 and we, I think the things that were most interesting or concerning is that we have 4 slots open for grant managers. I know that there's 5 grant managers for the state. We have 4 slots open. They were in the process of hiring 2 grant managers to fill 2 of those slots, but then we had a couple grant managers, one retired, one moved to under Mustang, and another left CDOT. And so there's been a lot of movement in the grant manager area here at CDOT, and that has some ramifications on transit agencies and who to call and how fast things move. But they're doing a really nice job of communicating with transit agencies about who to be in contact with if you have questions. So that's one of the things that I think is impacting agencies that we heard about at the meeting. We also had an update on the Front Range Passenger Rail Service Development Plan, busting outrider service, which I know is really impactful to a lot of communities around the state. And then we also kicked off some discussion around the 5311 formula and how that's the rural public transit FTA funding that is passed through CDOT. And CDOT has they have control in terms of how that money is spread out. And it's complicated in Colorado because we provide more rural transit trips than any other state in the US. And it's because of like Vail, Colorado, which provides more than 1 million rides, but still counts as a rural agency because of population. And so we have agencies like Vail or RAFTA, the largest rural transit agency in the state or in the US. And then we have La Junta Transit, which is fairly small and very rural in a more traditional rural sense than maybe you think of as a resort area. And so when you go to do these formulas, it's fairly complicated and it feels like you should be able to base it all off percentages and numbers, but it's pretty complicated. So they're kicking off that process. The DTR team is, and so that's something I think track members and transit agency members hope to weigh in on, and I can report back to you how it's going.
Would encourage TPRs to stay involved with their transit agencies for that discussion.
Yeah, it's really important.
I know in the past we've had trying to keep some base funding for all the agencies and things. So
yeah,
because like she said, it's difficult when you have such wide variation. So, okay.
Thanks.
Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Do you have any update on the legislation that was looking to increase reporting for transit agencies, if that's moving forward or not?
Are you thinking about the legislation that is, it's called transit access and free fare for homeless folks, and it did have a like it was going to require agencies to have a dashboard of how they were serving these different parts of their community. And so they took out the dashboard part, which was helpful because that would have been technically challenging with really small teams out in rural parts of our state. In addition, we thought it would be a bill of Junie Joseph's, Representative Joseph, but it looks like she maybe had too many bills she was committed to because it hasn't dropped yet. And we're hoping it won't, because of that bill is that although it's serving the cost of implementing that bill for some agencies for many agencies would require them to reduce service or reduce frequency because it was so costly. And so the cost benefit analysis was pretty hard for transit agencies at a time when federal funding is kind of complicated, slightly undependable. We're looking at a reauthorization for the next 5 years, maybe coming, at least starting the discussions here soon. And then on top of that, we've lost some funding at the state level through MMLF. So it feels like a really expensive program for agencies and towns and counties to implement without a huge benefit and possibly reduction in service, which is something none of us want to have to implement.
Thank you for that update.
Yeah.
If anybody's talking to legislators and that does actually get introduced, we need to be engaged with it. So thank you.
Gary, if you don't mind, just a question about the 5311 distribution. You talked about process and the TPRs being involved. How does that look? I mean, what is the process and how could, if Intermountain was interested in being involved in that conversation, how can that happen?
I think at this point, in the DTR, we've seen a lot of turnover in staff since the last time we talked about 5311. And so what we heard at the meeting so far is that they've hired a facilitator, a group to kind of help facilitate and do the research necessary to put that together. At TRAC, we really encouraged them to put together a subcommittee that included some TRAC members and also some other representatives of transit agencies, because they know the best the sort of impact that the formula change will have on them. I also encourage them to keep TRAC in mind, how they're going to interact with TRAC, and offered to carry the message here. But I think the best thing would be, from what I understand, maybe at our Transit Monthly call, which is next week on Thursday, CDOT will offer agencies that are interested in being part of this focus group to contact them. And so I would have the transit agency in your area contact to see if they can be on that committee or to make sure that they get updates.
It seems like it's not well defined right now.
Not quite, yeah.
Okay.
It's
thank you.
early days yet. I just wanted to put it on everybody's notice because I do think it's a big deal.
Thank you.
So.
It is, and
Yeah.
So when we get definition there, it would be great to be involved with that.
Yeah, so I think it's early days, and they'll, I think it's this Transit Monthly that they'll be coming out with more of a plan and ways to get involved.
Thank you.
Can we get that shared to the TPR reps?
Sure. Yeah, I can
Get that
share that.
information shared so people can.
Yeah.
So when we information, we're happy to share that out as part.
Anything else for the Transit and Rail Advisory Committee? Questions or? Not? I do want to welcome Commissioner Diane Barrett for attending our meeting in person. Welcome. You have any comments from commission? No. Okay. Thank you. And I don't know if we have any commissioners online also, but welcome if you're on there. Okay, legislative report. Emily, are you on? I assume she's busy at the Capitol, so I'm not sure. There she is.
Sorry, I'm on. I just
You're
had
fine.
switched from my phone to to my computer at the most inopportune time.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Yes, so we are now into our second month at state capitol as far as 2026 legislative session goes. I think this past week we've started to see a lot more bills drop. Hopefully everyone saw the latest legislative report that was included in the packet or as in a supplemental piece on Friday. I'll continue sending out those reports weekly. As far as bills that we are supporting right now, the first one is HB 26-1065, which is transit and housing investment zones. That's a governor's priority bill. SB 26026 is also another support bill that you'll see on that list. That's updating the weight for vehicles with that are required to have a child restraint system if you have a child of a certain age traveling in the vehicle. That is a Colorado State Patrol priority bill. And then our CDOT agency agenda item was also just recently introduced. So that's, of course, our biggest support item right now. That is the transportation statutory cleanup. The bill number is HB 26-1076. That was not listed on the recent report that I sent out, but on the Friday report, it will be reflected there. There's a few other bills that we're kind of figuring out how to navigate on. There are kind of, I'd say that one of the top themes of the session right now is around sharing of data. There's a few different bills around flock cameras and governments accessing historical location information. There's also a bill around banning the purchase of personal data. Those are some ones that the administration as a whole has some concerns about and would impact CDOT. So that's something that we'll probably be engaging on. There also is a bill related to municipal speed cameras on the interstate. That's one that we're kind of figuring out our path forward on. I think that we'll probably end up taking an amend position there, but we're figuring out what that would look like. And then there also is an interesting access code bill that was recently introduced. That one came from Rep. Sukla over in the Region 5 part of the state. That's another one that we're wanting to have some more conversations with him. I chatted with him briefly earlier this week to try and understand kind of what the onus was behind the bill. Basically would give the any developer an opportunity to subdivide a property without providing access to the state highway system, which is a tenet of state access law currently. So that loophole gives us some concerns. So that's something we're also working on right now too. I don't have any other updates besides on the transit bill that that you had asked about, Gary. I think Anne summarized that well. And then I think that's the bulk of the ones I really wanted to flag. I think it's going to be a big year for safety bills as well. So there's a lot of different safety bills in the mix right now that I think will get introduced shortly, but we're just kind of getting started right now. So we'll see what updates I have for you next month, because I think it's going to be moving very quickly, as it always does.
Okay, thank you. And you'll be sending out those reports weekly?
Yep. Yeah, Aaron will be sending those ones out.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Just we will provide those in the through the distribution list. I was going to say the packet, but we don't produce a packet for this meeting weekly. With the exception of the week of Transportation Commission week, we do provide a update to the Transportation Commission. So there will be no report for that week following. So just FYI, if you don't see it right afterwards, you'll be able to see it on YouTube through when the Transportation Commission meeting happens on that Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for her or comments? Okay, not seeing any.
So.
Okay, thank you. Federal update, Katie?
Good morning. So the biggest federal news right now is that Congress passed a funding bill this week. So the 2026 Consolidated Appropriations Act, which includes critical transportation funding, provides $102.9 billion in discretionary budget funding for transportation, housing, and urban development. So while we were delayed by another short shutdown over the weekend, the passage of the bill is good news for transportation funding. The Department of Transportation was also allocated $25.1 billion in discretionary budget authority, with a lot of funding from the IIJA shuffled around or reallocated. So there aren't particularly significant new programs or pots of funding in this bill. Unlike the last spending bill where congressionally directed funding was left out, $147 million was allocated for community projects proposed by members of Congress. So we'll be looking into what made it into this bill from last year's requests, and we can provide a rundown of those maybe at the next meeting, though I don't want to add too much to Jamie's plate when she comes back. Among the more standard funding for existing programs, they also set aside $200 million for commercial motor vehicle public parking projects. So we understand that this will be a competitive grant program aimed at improving truck parking infrastructure, but would also note that the language would disallow use of the funds for constructing charging or fueling infrastructure at the parking sites. So aside from a fairly exciting appropriations process this year, we're still looking forward to what I'm sure will be an even more eventful surface transportation reauthorization process. And then hopefully Jamie will be back next month to share more fun facts, but my sources tell me that today is National Weather Person Day and also National Optimist Day. So here's to hoping that our wonderful weather people will tell us we're going to get some snow for our snowpack soon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for her? Comments? Okay, I am interested in that parking grant deal. I think some of the regions could possibly use that to fund some of the parking rest area stuff that's being proposed possibly. So we should be sure to follow up on that. So thank you.
And real quickly, Katie, Jamie would have been very proud of your optimistic weather person one. I just didn't want it to go slide by without giving you kudos for that. You got one in before she comes back.
Thank you. All righty. Do we want to take a break? We're ahead of schedule quite a bit, so. Okay, so we're still waiting for one of our RTDs to get here, so we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So, thank you. Okay, if everybody could get back to your seats and we'll get ready to continue our meeting. Okay. Update on our 10-year plan development, regions 1, 2, and 4. Start off with Darius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we discussed last month, we are going through the final stages of the development of the CDOT 10-year plan, which is allocating our strategic funding and identifying our pipeline of projects for the next 10 years. We did talk about regions 3 and 5 last month. Today, we're going to talk about regions 1, 2, and 4, and happy to have Jessica, Heather, and Shane here to help talk about some of those projects as well. So why don't we go to the next slide? I apologize. I have the clicker. So it's me who needs to go to the next slide. So this is kind of the schedule that we have here. So I think this will probably wrap up most of the overall briefings that we have. But if there's anything else that comes before the commission as we kind of go towards the finalization, we will do that. And of course, we'll have an action item for a recommendation from the STAC to the commission before that item comes before the board for adoption. And then, of course, we have our ongoing public comment process. I do want to note that that is open right now. It's available on codot.gov, where anybody from the public is able to make comment on the plan in general, and we'll take those comments it's been open for the past 2 weeks, but we'll continue taking those comments through the weekend as well. So we're kind of towards the end, but there's still time. The agenda, we'll start off with just a quick overview of some of the materials. And we'll get into the projects that the regions want to review with everybody, and then go and then wrap up everything as well. So just as a quick note, we do have links to our usual status report with the 10-year plan, the draft report. So with the projects that are proposed, we have project fact sheets for each and every 248 projects that are on the plan. So those are available online, and those are also connected to the public comment process. And we do have a draft web app, map app that will show where those projects are throughout the state as well, plus a definitions attachment. So if you're interested in what something means in terms of the terms, we do have that in the STAC packet for reference. So with that, we're going to start off with Region 1, and I am going to turn it over to Jessica to kick it off.
Good morning, STAC. I'm Jessica Mickelbus, Transportation Director for CDOT Region 1. And wanted to let you know we're going to go through the slides and the projects relatively quickly, but we do have full fact sheets online that you can read on the projects, and then I think we have time for questions after. So if you have a specific project that I breeze over too quickly and you have some additional questions, we can answer those after. Oh, thanks. All right, so CDOT Region 1, we have several counties: Adams, Arapahoe, Broomfield, Clear Creek, Denver, Douglas, Gilpin, and Jefferson. Generally, Region 1 holds the population of Colorado, about 3 million, encroaching slowly upward. So we have a lot of people. It's a 24/7-hour operation. Major highways are listed. We do have all of the major interstates in Region 1. Highlight of our proposed 10-year plan overview, we've got 31 proposed projects for the next 10-year plan. 5 of those are new. About $300 million of proposed strategic fund allocations for the kind of what we call the in years, 27 through 30. And then $520 million proposed strategic funds for what we call those out years, which would be 2031 plus.
All right. Oh, we're having technical issues? Oh, okay. All right, well, I guess we'll pause for a minute then.
I'll just let you stare at this slide with all of our highways. I could list them all while we're waiting. There will be a quiz.
So Darius, I don't know if there's a requirement like open meeting because it's being live streamed on YouTube, but all of us would have received the packet. So if you want to just keep pulling forward for in the interest of time, I can't speak for everybody who's online, but that would be cool with me. But I guess it's just a matter of what you need to do for the the open records. But if that's not an issue, keep going. We got emailed the packet, right?
Love sure that we've got with all of our projects that they fit into one of those categories. Federal Boulevard is the road that runs outside of headquarters, north-south. That is an 18-mile proposed bus and rapid transit corridor, really high ridership. We do have a Federal Transit Administration grant in the queue that we're hoping to be successful for $150 million. And of note, we did have a medium-high rating, which is a really great rating to have for a bus and rapid transit corridor. Details, but really, really amazing project with some high ridership opportunity. I think Colorado BRT is next. Great. So Colorado BRT is, as I mentioned, we have in-years projects and out-years projects. Planning for this project is currently in the in-years with the funding for construction for this project in the out-years, so that 31 plus. Colorado Boulevard is in the Denver metro area. It is a north-south arterial. We are looking at providing ridership for, I believe it's about 8 miles along Colorado Boulevard. So similar to Federal in terms of bus and rapid transit, different ridership group, but still really a lot of opportunity to improve sustainable transportation choice. All right. We've got now the I-25 corridor overview. So just for a really high level, I think a lot of individuals are familiar with the I-25 corridor in this room, but we have been studying this corridor for a really long time. Stakeholders have expressed their preferences for what they'd like to see in this corridor for a really long time. We actually had an EIS signed in 2011 with probably a decade prior to that of work and planning and a lot of really intentional collaboration with stakeholders. So essentially, the north-south I-25 corridor spans both Region 1 and Region 4. So I'll be talking about a couple pieces and Heather will also talk about a few pieces. So just to orient you on your slides, we do have different segments of the corridor that are mentioned. So the southern segments fall in Region 1. I'll talk about those, and the northern segments fall in Region 4. Generally, the needs on the I-25 corridor are heavy growth in northern Colorado. We're looking to improve the corridor by replacing aging and obsolete infrastructure. And we also have had some opportunities along the I-25 corridor to really enhance and provide sustainable transportation choice. Talk in a few minutes. Next slide. Oh, good. Okay. And because busting is actually kind of run not in the regions, I'm going to turn it back to Darius Pakbaz just to talk a little bit about busting.
So one of the things that we had mentioned at the commission and we'll continue talking about is that if we can go back to the previous is that any new projects on I-25 are going to be predicated on fact on making sure that we can fund busting on the expanded levels that we have seen so far. And when we take a look at busting, we're on the main line 5 and I-70, we've seen it being a very popular service for interregional travel, 350,000 trips
segment is called segment 2A. It is a portion of US 36 to 104th Avenue. Again, this project has been on the 10-year plan since 2020, and it's identified as a priority by all of our stakeholders. Currently, this portion of I-25 is going under environmental assessment, so we are evaluating alternatives that we believe would really serve
Not even going to rejoin. It works fine so long as you don't share.
Really close for crashes. In fact, we shared
As long as you don't share.
it was closed twice, once northbound and southbound in the afternoon for crashes. So crashes occur almost daily, and the alternative that we're kind of landing on right now, again, we're still going through NEPA, but the alternative that we're looking at we are aiming to reduce crashes, which this portion of the corridor is really advancing transportation safety. Next slide. All right. Segment 2B of I-25, this is 104th Avenue to 120th Avenue. So again, moving north along the corridor. Segment 2B is new to the 10-year plan. It is positioned currently in the out years of the 10-year plan. But although it's new to the 10-year plan, it's not new as a priority for the corridor stakeholders. Again, they've been really excited to have improvements along the corridor for over a decade. Segment 2B currently has substandard shoulders that need to be improved for safety and operational efficiency, as well as safe access for enforcement and first responders. So again, this part of the I-25 corridor falls in that advancing transportation safety bucket. All right, and all right, I-25 segment 3B. So this is E470 to Colorado 7. I-25 segment 3B, again, is new to the 10-year plan, but not new as a priority for the stakeholders along the corridor. Segment 3B really looks to include the full build out of the interchange and the mobility hub at CO7 and I-25. So really would make a tremendous value for transit riders and commuters along both the CO7 corridor between Boulder and Brighton and between the north and south I-25 corridor. So introducing that mobility hub would provide services for both bus staying and then the ridership for future transit along CO7. So really a high potential to impact sustainably increasing transportation choice. We are currently at an F5 early design level, kind of like not crayons, maybe markers on the paper. And so as we looked at the cost for this corridor, this is based on very conceptual funding. We are looking to acquire some right-of-way as part of this project, as well as relocating a major utility transmission line. All right, and I'm going to turn it over to Heather, as I mentioned, because I-25 transfers kind of over both regions, and then I'll come back to me.
Good morning, everybody. So the next project north of 3B is segment 4. This is a 14-mile stretch. That dashed line is the missing link of express lanes. So 3B and segment 4 makes up a 16-mile gap in the express lanes. And just as a reminder, 90% of the population in Colorado live in the Front Range. So I-25 is the spine and the backbone of the north, of all of the Front Range, but specifically the North Front Range. And as Jessica mentioned, I feel the EIS was very thoughtful and comprehensive in their preferred alternative, really looking at all modes and identifying what I would consider probably one of the most successful TDM strategies, which is an express lane, right? It has high performance, guaranteed trip reliability. It's an alternative for transit. It encourages carpooling. It reduces emissions, and it's a revenue investment. So, these projects on I-25 are not able to get completed with just strategic funds. They are going to take a partnership with CTIO, and those discussions are being had right now. I want to just highlight the recently completed segments 6, 7, and 8 in the north portion up near Fort Collins and Loveland. We've been collecting data for about 2 years now since the completion of that project, and we have captured since pre-construction a 45% reduction in crashes. So as Jessica is projecting a 46% reduction in crashes, we have a live demonstration that we have actually reduced crashes by 45%. The other thing the express lanes have done is they have created an 8% reduction in greenhouse gases, and that is something that CTIO has had to measure on the Segment 2 corridor. So there is a benefit to these express lanes. Additionally, the North Line, that just shows the growth over time, and these express lanes really do serve busing, and we have projections that without the express lane, or if a single occupancy vehicle were to travel from 119 to Union Station, it would take them 30 minutes longer than if they capture the busing service and take that express lane. So that I think is really a large encouragement for people to either carpool or do that mode shift, which I know is a big priority of this, of CDOT, is really to get that mode shift when you can make transit competitive or even better than the single occupancy vehicle, people are going to want to take it.
I'm going to let Aaron control because he and I were both controlling the slides. Okay, so the next project we've got is the one up, please, the I-270 corridor. And the I-270 corridor, if any of you have driven it, is in Commerce City. So if you order packages on Amazon or you order packages from anywhere, it most likely touched this part of the interstate system in Commerce City. I-270 was in the original 10-year plan, and it remains on the plan. We have broken the project out. It was one line item, and we've broken it out into several line items by phases, which provides a little more transparency for the public about how that major project, what those individual line items include. So the phases we've got currently in the 10-year plan are replacement of the critical bridges. Generally, this whole corridor is a fix our roads. We have deteriorating bridges, so we're excited to fix those. The other phases include potential construction of an additional lane or an express lane, depending on where we land with the alternatives. Currently, this project is undergoing an environmental impact statement. We've recently wrapped up public engagement, so we're evaluating public comments and kind of the next steps in the process. Phase 2 of the project is remaining infrastructure along the I-270 main line outside the bridges and those bridges that are not BTE, Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise eligible. And really just kind of working down the corridor in phases to address the deteriorating infrastructure. We also have some really exciting mitigation projects for the I-270 corridor, including a major overlay and project along 224, which is a resilient, redundant corridor to the I-270 corridor. And the stakeholders have asked us to really, instead of just doing resurfacing, build sidewalks, include lighting, pedestrian crossings. So we have included that on the 10-year plan as kind of a mitigation measure for 270. Next slide. All right, so the North Stadium Safety Access Improvements. So this is not a new 10-year line item, although the name is new. We actually adjusted this line item in the 10-year plan, and we moved it into the in-years. So it is now in the 27 through 30 years. So those of you familiar with the Denver Broncos, that stadium is moving to an area called Burnham Yard, which is kind of along I-25 between Osage and 6th and 8th Avenues. And so this was originally in the plan for a $30 million line item for I-25 improvements kind of in the central Denver area. So what we have done as part of the potential economic development for the Broncos and for safe stadium access, we've renamed that $30 million line item to North Stadium Safety Access Improvements. So while other roadways, adjacent to the stadium will probably need upgrades, only a few of those are under CDOT jurisdiction, including Colfax and I-25. So we're waiting for the area plan to be completed by Denver for the stadium district to see kind of where those transportation infrastructure improvements are needed. Next. All right, and not also too far from here, the I-25 interchange and 23rd and Spear. So these projects have been in the 10-year plan. These two structures along I-25 are actually the lowest structures on the interstate system between here and Wyoming. And so they are regularly a challenge for trucks to navigate. We do have some weaving and merging issues with trucks trying to get to the center lane to avoid striking the bridges. So really excited. There's a rendering on the screen of what we're doing at the 23rd Bridge, which is incorporating a lot of multimodal opportunity for bikes with a protected bikeway and nice sidewalks. 23rd Avenue is an east-west connection from Denver residents into the Denver area and downtown Denver. It's one of the few that exists. And then the Spear interchange is currently proposed to be a diverging diamond interchange, which is just north. So this is a fix our roads, replacing those kind of old, deteriorating and undersized bridges. All right, and the I-25 region-wide signal and ramp meter upgrades. Our ramp meters are quite antiquated technology, so we're excited to replace those. It's looking like we may actually, they may not be running the kind of software systems that we need to operate the ramp meters in the near future. So allocating some dollars to really modernize that infrastructure to keep those critical components going. And what ramp meters do, they reduce congestion, they minimize delays on the highways, and they enhance overall safety. It's kind of managing how that traffic flows along the highway. And I believe that's our last slide.
So before we go on to Region 4, is there any further questions on Region 1 projects? Yes, Elizabeth.
Not a question, but more of a comment. I just really want to thank Jessica and Heather for their leadership for the I-25 corridor and having the conversations and how we can streamline our delivery packages for this corridor is going to save our state so much money. And I really appreciate your leadership in having two regions come together to have those conversations. This is why we all meet and we all get to be proud to be a part of something that's bigger than us. So I just want to thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, again, I'll echo Elizabeth's comments. Both Jessica and Heather really appreciate the leadership and the collaboration for the Region 1 and Region 4 portions of the statewide plan. Given the technical difficulties, especially with the folks online, Darius, I wonder if you could revisit the issue of Mustang funding on I-25.
So yeah, so I mentioned that we wanted to fund both of those projects, and I did mention that we have several line items for infrastructure, and we want to make sure that we're able to fund the Mustang operations at the current levels of service. We will be having a CDOT will be having a February workshop later this month.
Yeah, thanks very much. And as you know, it was a item of some controversy at my board meeting when you all presented on the statewide plan. Can you clarify just a little bit more? Is this a and approach or is it a first then approach?
It's an excellent question, and it's a approach that we want to work on with both areas, knowing that we have a plan that is infrastructure and we have a funding mechanism for operations. So it's going to be something that we're going to be working on together as we go through this this process, starting with that joint meeting next month.
And I guess I would call it an and approach.
Elizabeth.
Just one more comment again. We support Mustang service. It's a statewide service, and I'm not sure that I-25 should be held hostage to fund a statewide service.
Thank you for the comments. I would like to share also at the Transportation Commission, the last couple meetings, there have been a lot of comments from the public on the 270 from those communities and also from outside groups that kind of have an opposing to what the communities and what the planning regions have been working on for years. Just a perspective from what the commission has been hearing through public comments that there has been an increased local community input compared to what had been there prior. Person online?
This is John. I had my hand up, but Jacob, I think, asked my question and had it answered for me. Because again, it is a little hard to hear, which again is nobody's fault. I should have been there in person, right? But wasn't clear on what we meant on the on that, if it was an off the top approach. But I think Herman answered that correctly. And again, it sounds like it's still to be determined. Doesn't sound like there was a unilateral decision that was made by somebody that we need to sort of do. It's more of this is something we'd like to do, and it's going through a process now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for Region 1? John, or
Yeah, just a quick question, kind of a minor question, but on the mobility hubs, the slide of mobility hubs, I understand what a mobility hub is and so forth. But then there was a Fair Play mobility hub, and that's not on the interstate. What exactly is a mobility hub at a place like Fair Play?
Good morning. And so right now, to call it a mobility hub, it probably wouldn't fit the same definition as to what Region 4 and Region 1 are experiencing. I mean, it's definitely going to be a outrider stop and a short-term parking facility. Bike components of it may be installed as well, but I think if we look at the whole as to what Region 4 just installed versus what Fair Plays would be, it's going to be a little bit more of a reduced footprint and reduced services depending on just kind of our budgets too. Okay, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think you answered it well, but I think mobility hubs look different in the context that they're in, and I think we've seen the really beautiful, shiny mobility hubs on the North Line on I-25, and they're really places where multiple modes of transit come together, where multiple transit agencies can provide service, where cars can park, bikes, trails, things come together. So I think it's a similar concept in an area like Fair Play, but it may not have 50-foot buses coming into it. It might be smaller vehicles, exchanges between Bustang and the local transit service there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on to Region 4. Thank you.
All right. Next slide, Aaron. All right, so just a high level overview of Region 4 in Northeast Colorado. We do have over 6,300 lane miles and 1,400 miles of interstates, most amount of lane miles of any region and the most amount of interstate lane miles of any region. 13 counties and 4 TPRs. And Northern Colorado is the fastest growing region in the state. Yes, we've heard all the demographers saying Colorado is slowing, but we are still growing. So although it's slowing down, we are the area with the fastest growth. Northeast Colorado is a great place to work, in my opinion, because we've got diverse urban cores, we've got the suburban areas, and then we have the very rural with heavy ag. 9 of the top 10 counties of agriculture producing out of Colorado come out of Northern Colorado. So one of the things you'll see as I present some of these projects is the heavy sort of wear and tear the heavy trucks do on our roads and the need for road resurfacing. So next slide. So I want to highlight a project on CO14. This basically runs from I-25, and we did a safety audit about 20 miles to Weld County Road 47. This also crosses over the Upper Front Range and the North Front Range, and we were seeing a large uptick in crashes. CSP directly reached out to us as well as the community saying, hey, we need to address this. And again, a lot of the reasons for the uptick in crashes is sort of the growth in Northern Colorado. You've got a very rural roadway with, in some cases, you have shoulders. In other cases, there are no shoulders. You have a lot of intersection points where there are no XL or decel lanes. Maybe they're at a stop condition and they need an intersection improvement, whether that be a roundabout or a signal moving to improve that safety there. So we've got some strategic funds in the North Front Range in the out years of 5 million. And then we have some strategic funds in the Upper Front Range in the current, 27 through 30, and then some additional funds in the out years to really address some of those critical intersections where we've seen that uptick in crashes and fatalities. Next. This, and I should note, a lot of these projects are our east-west projects across the region. So CO14 is a heavy east-west corridor in northern Colorado. CO52 is also a heavy east-west corridor in northern Colorado. This connects Erie and Dacono and beyond. It also crosses over Boulder County and Weld County. We're putting $9 million in this. There was a PEL done on this corridor, and the intent of these strategic funds are really to address those critical safety and operational areas. The red triangles are level of safety service 4, which is basically the highest or the worst level of safety that we have as compared to other intersections of similar type. And the orange circles are level of safety service 3. So we're putting a really concerted effort on addressing the incidents that are occurring at those intersections, as well as upgrading them with some multimodal improvements. That there is definitely a lack of access as it relates to sidewalk and bike mobility. Next slide. So I-76, 2 different projects over the 10-year plan, about $17.5 million in the next 4 years, another $19 million in the out years. We've put a really big effort in our interstate pavement condition. I will say in 2020, Region 4 had 9% poor interstates. With the effort that we've put into the 10-year plan, in 2024, we are at 3.2% poor. So we are really driving down that interstate poor condition. And this is just another project that's really going to do that. We do get a lot of complaints on this stretch of road, so they're going to be very happy that this road is going to get a nice resurfacing, a 3-inch mill and a 4-inch fill to improve the rideability of this roadway. Next slide. The picture probably says it all, but this is just another Fix Our Roads road resurfacing project. This is out in eastern Colorado, in Kit Carson and Cheyenne County. Colorado 59 is a very low volume road, but sees over 30% trucks. This road typically has not been picked up in our asset management model. So fortunately, we put a big effort in rural roads in the 10-year plan, and we're happy to actually be able to address the condition of this road. We've already done 1 project, and we've got 2 more coming. This is a unique project, I would say. This is definitely another resurfacing project or pavement project. This is actually fatiguing of the joints on US 287. So we have about 6,000 vehicles a day, but it is over 50% trucks. So as you can imagine, with that heavy weight, these joints are sort of exploding and the slabs are pushing and creating giant potholes. So this is not only a maintenance concern for my maintainers because they're out there trying to, keep these together, but this is going to take some. My materials engineer said we're going to do a petrographic forensic study of the concrete because how it's failing is atypical. So, but the intent of this $12 million is to get in and replace those joints and improve that riding surface of US 287. And yes, I believe this is my last project. This is US 34 and US 287, so an east-west corridor and our main north-south corridor other than I-25 in northern Colorado. This is in the heart of Loveland. At this location, 287 splits to sort of one-way couplets. And I will say it is an intersection that really is outdated as it relates to bike and pedestrian infrastructure as well as transit. Operationally, it doesn't function well. So basically, Loveland's been working on this for a while to really improve access and mobility through this intersection to make it safer and make it operate better. And so we are putting strategic funds to help match local funds to complete this project. And I already spoke about segment 4, but I'm happy to take any questions on any of the Region 4 projects.
Any questions, comments for Heather? Anybody online? Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to, I'm sorry, I had my hand raised, but I don't know if you saw it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to Heather for these, talking about these projects, really important projects for Region 4. I did some testimony or spoke in public comment at the Transportation Commission to support all these projects. We're fully behind all of these projects, including, the bus staying and all the improvements we need to make on I-25. So really just want to thank Heather and the CDOT team for working with us on all these important projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Shane Ferguson. I'm the Region 2 Southeast Colorado Transportation Director. And we'll go ahead to the next slide, please. So a little bit about Region 2. Region 2 is made up of 14 counties. We have 5 planning areas, 3 TPRs and 2 MPOs. Major corridors through our region include I-25, US 24, 50, 285, 160. A significant amount of freight is passed through Region 2. We border 3 states, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Kansas, as well as the other 4 regions. And in comparison to Region 4, we have 1,000 bridges, not as many miles, but definitely compete around with the bridges. So for our 10-year plan, we're looking at 78 proposed projects with 35 new projects included into the plan. Our near-term budget for our strategic funds is $166 million, with the out years being about $249 million. Next slide, please. So the first project I'd like to discuss is in southern Colorado, in the Trinidad area, and Mexico constructed wildlife fencing up to the border of New Mexico, and as such, it has shifted the movements of animals up towards the north into Colorado. And one of the studies that we ended up pursuing is just identifying how that is impacting vehicle and animal collisions. And so as such, we have included in our plan a request of strategic funding to start to build fencing, as well as pursue federal grants for proposed underpass to address those collisions in southern Colorado and the Trinidad area. Next slide, please. One of the projects that was mentioned earlier in southeast Colorado is our SHIFT project. It is passing lanes on US 50 from east of Pueblo to the Kansas border, where we are pursuing or including about 12 passing lane sections. We received a federal grant of about $40.5 million, and we're going to supplement this project with additional strategic funds as well as regional funding for a project total of about $72.5 million. We are currently in the process of procuring and developing our contracts as well as design with the anticipation to start and pursue meaningful work probably likely next year in the construction phase. Obviously design to start off this year, but we'd like to see some construction and some work towards it next year. Next slide, please. Southeast Colorado also has significant challenges when it comes to the conditions of our roads. So one of the surface treatment projects is in Werfenau County on Colorado 12. This is a Highway of Legends National Scenic Byway. It's a beautiful corridor where this surface treatment project for about $14.5 million, we're going to pursue resurfacing about 22 miles along this corridor, including guardrails, striping, rumble strips, et cetera, just to upgrade the roadway and continue to address some of our challenges when it comes to our pavement conditions on our facilities. Next slide, please. In the Pikes Peak area, one of the top projects for PPACG has been this US 24 East widening project. It's about a 2-mile section of eastern Colorado Springs, where significant population growth in that part of the city. Again, this goes from a two-lane section to a 4-lane section on US 24 Garrett to Woodman, for those that are familiar with the area. We plan to go construction or advertisement for construction this fall, and we're estimating about $85 million. Project will include upgrades to our drainage as well as access frontage roads along that corridor and additional safety improvements. Next slide. You noticed at the beginning, Region 2 has about 78 projects in our 10-year plan. A significant number of them are transit-oriented projects, these two included, where in working with Mountain Metro and DTR, identified a couple of mobility hubs in Colorado Springs. And what's exciting about this is definitely Colorado Springs and Mountain Metro's involvement in helping identify and working with Pikes Peak State College and as to locations for these mobility hubs. These locations are also included in their long-range plan for Mountain Metro, and opportunities for potential outrider or other improvements or lines may be included in the future years, but currently not set in this area. But we're looking at the south Pikes Peak State College location and the north state Pikes Peak State College locations, where the discussions with the state college are around right-of-way as well, where there's a desire to potentially donate portions of their facility or in their grounds for this effort. So it's an exciting couple of projects in the Pikes Peak, Colorado Springs area. Within the Pueblo area, on the north end of Pueblo at exit 108, you can see in this picture that the current interchange is a culvert. And so the project is really to address replacing this interchange with a standard interchange, as well as including freight parking. There was once a rest area between Pueblo and Colorado Springs that has since been shut down, but we desire, or the community and area desires to revitalize a rest area. And so that would be included in this exit 108 as a north entrance, if you will, to the Pueblo area, as well as looking at opportunities for a mobility hub that would tie in Outrider as well as the Pueblo Transit. And we'll go ahead and go into the next slide, and I'll kind of show you kind of a map of just the areas, how this is somewhat tied together, and just kind of the excitement around the southern southeast Colorado and the transit community. You'll notice there in the middle of that graphic, exit 108, and if you look to the south and west, Pueblo West, well, that's Purcell Boulevard, essentially a direct conduit from Pueblo West to the 108 exit, then up to highway or I-25, adjacent to Fort Carson. A significant number of our soldiers live in Pueblo West, and so there's definitely an opportunity of seeing how transit can help move our soldiers into the Fort Carson area, as well as connecting up into the Air Force Academy in the north end of Colorado Springs, the regional airport on the east side of Colorado Springs, the transit center downtown Colorado Springs, back down into the Pueblo downtown transit area, and Outrider to Lamar and La Junta locations in Trinidad to the south. And so just a lot of synergy in the transit community around what the opportunities can be when it comes to some of these improvements along our addressing some safety concerns and issues up in Tyler County at the location of US 24 and 67 and Divide. At this location, we're doing improvements at this intersection to about $10 million to improve accel and decel lanes. We anticipate the crash reduction potential to be around 50% or higher once these improvements are in place. And so definitely a high priority for the Central Front Range and Pikes Peak area. Last project I'm going to talk about again goes into our Fix Our Roads. And those of you that cross Hoosier Pass are very familiar with this corridor. We span into Region 3 as well, where Region 3 and Region 2 are looking at different projects. This one in particular, utilizing strategic funds, primarily on the Region 2 side, which would be the Fair Play, call it the south side of the pass, about $16.5 million for resurfacing, subgrade stabilization, and trying to address some of the real concerns and subgrade area in that along that corridor, along that pass. So with that, that is the end of Region 2 slides. Open it up for any questions.
Questions? Online? John?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Shane, no questions. I just did want to thank you and your staff at Region 2 for all of your collaborative efforts putting together the 10-year plan. I know that there was some work you had to do with our board of directors, and you did a masterful job of making sure that you forwarded the overall state philosophy, but at the same time fitting that in with what our needs were here in the region. So thank you again for all your efforts and your staff. So much appreciated. And I see Eva put a thumbs up as well. So it looks like you did a great job in Pueblo too, right, Eva?
Yes, your planners do a really great job working with us, Shane. So we're really appreciative of them. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Back. Another comment online?
Yeah, this is Kristen Stevens from North Front Range MPO. I just had a question. So in general, on all these regions and all these projects that we're proposing, I mean, when we're hearing about federal funds and IIGA getting reshuffled, are there any concerns that any of these projects are at risk because of federal funding, or changes in philosophy with regard to federal funding or anything like that? Or, especially I'm thinking about transit type projects. So I don't know if there's anyone who can answer that, but just kind of curious about, how secure we feel about funding and, are we counting on some of these things to be funded under the Surface Transportation Reauthorization? And yeah, just wondering if CDOT has any concerns about that.
Well, this is Jeff Sudmeyer, and I can speak to that. First and foremost, I'd say one thing that's important to remember with respect to the 10-year plan funds, which is true of any funds, they're prospective, right? We're basing all of our planned projects are predicated on assumptions of funding that we're going to receive, forecasted revenues. So when we developed the 10-year plan, we made certain estimates about what revenues would be available. That includes the next federal transportation bill. So the majority of the funding in the 10-year plan is actually federal funding through the federal transportation authorization. So so yes, I would say historically there has been federal transportation authorizations have been pretty predictable in terms of continued growth, one bill to the next. That being said, there's a lot that's not predictable these days. So I would say that, yes, there is that possibility. However, I think there's a lot of hope and that the next transportation authorization bill, when we do get it, will maintain or grow from current levels. But to your point, yes, we are our 10-year plan projects, like any of our projects, are contingent on receiving the revenues we forecast. But I think I think our hope would be that, again, that we ultimately maintain commitments to all of our projects. The question is probably, do the revenues come in as quickly as those projects are ready to move forward? Or in some cases, do projects need to take longer to move forward if revenues don't come in as quickly as the projects are ready? So I hope that helps to answer the question.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, Mitch.
I have a question on Region 2, Metro Wardell, South Central. First, I want to thank you for the work that you've put into this. It's just more of a clarification. At our local TPR meeting, we were updated that the Los Animas County side of Highway 12 was going to receive paving first and then the Warfenal County side. But in this, it looks like it's the Warfenal County side. So if I could get just a clarification on that.
Yeah, so on the Los Animas paving side, it's going more surface treatment funds and redistribution funds. What we've identified here are strategic funds primarily, and so that's why I didn't talk about the first project, if you will, on the Los Animas side.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Move on to Darius.
All right, so I'll wrap up the presentation talking about the 3 regions in general, and then kind of a wrap up of where we're at with the 10-year plan and some next steps. So if we can go to the next slide. When we take a look at some of the goals that have been laid out by the Transportation Commission and CDOT as the framework for this long-range plan, and then of course the 10-year plan fitting into it, we're able to see that when all of the projects put together in these 3 regions, we have about 39 rural paving projects, and some examples we've already heard about. But we also have another 64 projects that will go to fix our roads, paving in particular as part of their scope, which includes interstate projects, some of which we heard about, paving in the urbanized areas. And as you can see there, we have projects all throughout the Front Range of the Eastern Plains on fixing pavement. At the same time, if we want to go to the next slide, there's also projects that will help improve the condition of our structures throughout the state, including some of the projects that were mentioned, such as the I-25 and Spear Boulevard project. We also have some of the items on South Academy Boulevard, bridge preventive maintenance on US 50, among many, many others, with 62 projects throughout there, and taking a look at other structures as well, culverts and walls. Next slide, please. So when we take a look at safety as a whole, if we want to go to the next slide, we have 37 projects throughout these 3 regions that are going to be focusing on shoulders and passing lanes to help with safe travel throughout the state. Some of those that were mentioned earlier, but we have about 5 examples here. But as you can see from the map, we have potential projects throughout a lot of our major highways throughout these 3 regions. Next slide, focusing on intersections. So 67 projects will include elements to make intersections safer and modernize them with some of the examples included, which were talked about earlier. But as you can see, there are a number of projects that will help with making our intersections safer. And then finally, we have 5 projects, thank you, that include wildlife, reducing wildlife crashes as part of their scope. The Raton Pass one down at the south part of the border, a couple in Clear Creek County, one in Boulder County, and up in Larimer County as well. If we move on to the next slide, looking at sustainably increasing transportation choice, we have a number of projects, infrastructure projects that will help with Mustang. Plus, I also mentioned that Mustang will be supported through its capital program by getting $60 million over the next 10 years, $6 million to support its capital assets. But there's also another third of projects that will support local transit through local agency partners, and some of which are already in progress and some of which have already been mentioned. Next slide, please. 54 projects are going to include elements that support active transportation throughout the state, with things like sidewalks, bike paths, trails, and other efforts in order to help make active transportation viable and safer throughout the state, with some of the project examples listed below, like Colorado 12 ADA ramps and sidewalk improvements, the Colorado 7 corridor improvements, Avenue. All right. And then also, we do want to mention that while these projects are not getting strategic funding, these are major projects that the department is involved in. Mountain Rail was talked about previously when we talked about Region 3 and 5, but there's also the Front Range Passenger Rail and the Joint Service Passenger Rail projects. Some of the high-level updates on those as they're developing service development plans and signing the IGA between the partners happened over the past few months. All right. As we go into looking at the plan as a whole, now that we've presented the 248 proposed projects in the plan, if we want to go to the next slide, we believe that the plan has identified projects based off of the engagement process with our local partners over the past year and a half. So we started this process with the statewide plan back in May 2024. We've had numerous meetings with our MPO partners, our local partners, the 4P meetings with the counties, and being able to address issues on a local, regional, and statewide level. We believe the plan is going to help improve CDOT assets through fixing assets in the worst condition, with items such as the rural paving program and targeted investments on our interstates, and supplementing funding from our traditional asset management programs, and continue to create a framework of investment and cooperation as we try to build and maintain the transportation system over the next 10 years. Next slide. So when we're taking a look at supporting fixing our roads, more than half of the projects include elements that have pavement and bridge as part of their scope. And just based off of the initial look at this, it increases the annual pavement investment by 65%, or adding an additional 7 years of what we include in the surface treatment program. And this does not include the supplemental funding that has gone to fix our assets that the Transportation Commission has included over the past few years. Some examples include the $80 million for pavement that was part of redistribution in 2025, and the $65 million that went for culvert repairs and replacements in 2023. Additionally, the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise has proposed an investment of $125 million over the next 10 years to help with bridge preventive and maintenance programs, keep those bridges in good and fair condition, and avoid them falling into poor condition based on the new, the expanded business purpose that it was given in recent years. Next slide, please. Just talking about our enterprises, they are an integral part of taking a look at the solutions. So in the previous 10-year plan, we had 2 enterprises during that time, but they provided or committed to $1 billion towards 10-year plan projects in 2019. And just to put it in perspective, those enterprises will be investing approximately $5.2 million, approximately, or it's anticipated based on current in the transportation system as a whole over the next 10 years. So there is opportunities for cooperation between the 5 enterprises and the CDOT 10-year plan. We'll note that CTIO does have a requirement to develop a capital plan that's aligned with the 10-year plan. And we've also seen some of those investments. For example, the Fuel Impact Enterprises has allocated $8 million for I-70 resurfacing in Grand Junction. And there was a couple of grants from the non-attainment enterprise to projects in Region 4 to support some of those projects that include items that support its business purpose, in addition to some of the items that were mentioned from the Bridge and Tunnel Enterprise and CTIO previously. Next slide, please. When we take a look at sustainably increasing transportation choice and the requirements under our planning rule, do want to note that CDOT recently presented its greenhouse gas transportation plan to the commission, and will be expecting to be a question before the commission on acceptance of that plan. Now, CDOT only does the modeling and the requirements in the non-MPO areas, and our MPO partners do the same. But based off of all the plans that have submitted GHG transportation plans and reports over the past 3-4 years, we have exceeded the required reduction levels in greenhouse gas emissions from what was required in the planning standard. And that does not include one MPO who has not submitted a report yet. They haven't been required yet. I believe they're going to submit one fairly soon, actually next month. But we're able to meet those requirement reductions through our mix of projects and increasing multimodal options as one of the ways to get around the state. Next slide, please. And we, in order to see how we are doing in terms of meeting these measures and goals, we have numerous areas we're doing on an annual basis, which is available on our website, codot.gov, under the performance section, which includes our 10-year plan, project status, and funding dashboard. So that's updated usually when there is a move with funding, but we have that available. Plus, we have performance dashboards related to the measures that have been with the goals set by the Transportation Commission. We have a pavement and bridge condition dashboard, which shows the condition of all the roads and all the bridges throughout the state that are managed by CDOT. We have what we call the National Performance Measure Dashboard. So those performance measures that were required under IIJA and previous federal authorizations on how we're doing with that, plus the Colorado Crash Data Dashboard from our Traffic and Safety Division that is able to provide information on that. And those are updated at least annually, if not more frequently. Next slide, please. All right, taking a look at finalization and next steps. So as part of our ongoing transparency efforts and being accountable with the 10-year plan, we'll continue to provide a lot of the information that you have seen so far, which includes the 10-year plan dashboards, probably with a little bit of a refresh, but we'll continue those with updated funding and funding status, as well as estimated construction start and end dates. A quarterly 10-year plan report, which is published on codot.gov. So it includes all of the projects and where they stand currently with it's formatted professionally, and you're able to see everything in the plan in about 5 to 6 pages. We do provide a version of that on an annual basis in the department's budget submission, so that's published in November. We do provide updates on all of our projects, not just the 10-year plan, so all of our programs, including asset management, safety, transit, Office of Innovative Mobility, everything in the annual project accomplishments report, which is usually published in the February timeframe for the previous calendar year. We expect a new one of those to come out here shortly. And then, of course, a lot of our major projects have their own web pages on codot.gov for the public to get information on that, such as public meetings, construction start and end dates, closures, and that type of thing. Next slide. And I think this is my last slide. We have the public comment period, as I mentioned, is open right now. So members of the public or anybody can provide public comment through codot.gov, and we'll be able to take those public comments and any other final updates to the proposed plan to the commission in the near future for adoption based off of that public comment process. And then if the plan is adopted, that will set the framework for our next steps, which is, of course, project development, budget development, and the finalization of the statewide transportation improvement program expected in April-May timeframe. So with that, we'll end with the proposed schedule, and happy to take any questions from members of the committee, excuse me.
Any other questions or comments on the 10-year plan? Okay. Anybody online? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to our 1601, PD 1601. Start it with Herman.
Yeah, thanks. As we work to get the 1601 presentation up, I just kind of want to give a level set, since we haven't talked to PDs a whole lot in this setting. Are you? Yeah, okay. First, I want to just talk briefly about how many policies and procedures we have. What's the difference between a policy and procedure? There are some things that some of you, particularly that might be new on STAC, might not have that information. Then we'll dive into the interchange PD. We have over 100 policy and procedural directives. Our policy directives are those that are approved by our Transportation Commission. And if you're looking at a number, if it ends in .0, it's a policy directive. Those policy directives are things that are those broad items that we need policy guidance from the Transportation Commission. So for instance, PD 14, which was vetted with this group as well. PD 14 sets our broad policy goals for our system. That's something that goes to the Transportation Commission and guides our statewide planning process. We have a policy directive on PD 703 that's our budgeting. It gives guidance to Jeff from the Transportation Commission on which budget items need to go to the Transportation Commission for approval. Do you want to see items that are, a small project that's 5% over budget? It's probably something the department can handle. If it's a really large project or it's a really important program, high profile program, well, maybe those go to the Transportation Commission. So that kind of sets what a policy directive is. Procedural directives are a little bit more nuts and bolts. They provide guidance on how we go about doing business at CDOT, and those are approved by our executive director. Examples could include, we have a cell phone procedure that says if we have a state-owned cell phone, who's allowed to have a state cell phone? What does that look like? We have an out-of-state travel procedure that lays out how you go about asking for approval to travel out of state. Those are things that our executive director can approve. Some policies have associated procedural directives with them, but not all of them. We have some policies that stand alone with no procedure. We have some procedures that stand alone with no policy. The 1601 interchange approval process has both a policy directive, 1601.0, and a procedural directive, 1601.1. So if you can go to the next slide. I'm not going to go through what is the 1601.01.1. I'll turn it over to Medora here in a minute. But I did want to just give you a little bit of further explanation on this particular PD. It does explain what our interchange approval process is, how we go about getting approval, either from the Transportation Commission or perhaps our chief engineer on interchange approvals. We're going to talk a lot about TDM. When we updated the procedural directive last, we included a new transportation demand management piece in both the policy and the procedure. That was done in 2021. But we really didn't look at the rest of the policy and procedure. So this time, we're not only looking at those components, lessons learned since we've had a few interchange approvals, go through the process with the new TDM. We're going to look at that, but we've also started to look at what are the other pieces that we didn't look at in 2021. And I think a lot of those provisions are 20 years old. We haven't really looked at them for a couple of decades. So it's time to start digging into all of it. It's interesting that the conversations we've started to have at headquarters, we thought, okay, now we have lessons learned in the TDM side. Let's crack open and see how our lessons learned 1601 and the definitions, and do we understand, is this the right guidance? So we'll go through some of those. We don't have track changes for you today. And I hope that you all will appreciate that this is one we've talked with the regional directors, we've talked with the DTD staff quite a bit, but we don't really have red lines yet. We have an idea of the things that we think need to change. We're not sure, we're not in agreement of how to change them. This is an opportunity for you all to learn a little bit more about 1601, primarily the policy directive today, and the kinds of things that we're thinking of cracking open and asking for changes from the Transportation Commission. So I think I'll turn it over to Medora, and I think the guidance is if you have questions on the slide, interrupt her and let's get through it, because we don't want to forget. If you have I don't understand this, we want to make sure you understand the slide and the conversation we're having before we move on to the next topic within the PD. So with that, I'll turn it over to Medora.
Thank you for that introduction, Herman. So my name is Medora Bornhoft. I work in the Division of Transportation Development. And if you could actually go back to the previous slide, I do want to give a little bit more speaking points to this slide. There's a lot on here, but as Herman mentioned, there's both a policy and a procedural directive that outline how we approve a new interchange or a modification to an existing interchange anywhere on the state highway system in Colorado. The policy directive is a 5-page document. It gives that high-level look at the process and the requirements. It identifies 3 different categories of proposals, talks about cost sharing, which is when and how CDOT can participate in the funding of a local agency initiated project, and also sets that TDM goal that Herman mentioned. It's a goal of a 3% reduction in traffic on the ramps if the project is within a metropolitan planning organization area, or a 1% reduction in ADT if the project is located outside of an MPO. Looking at the procedural directive, which is that 1601.1, that's a 24-page document. As Herman said, gets much more into the nuts and bolts, providing step-by-step of what this process looks like to conduct the analysis, who's doing the approvals and how that TDM analysis is done. So next slide, please. The policy was last updated in 2021, and we like to take a look at those 5 years afterwards to see if there is a need for an update. So this is a really great time to be taking a fresh look at the policy directive. And we're also looking at the procedural directive. It hasn't quite been the 5 years that was updated in 2022, but we're looking at both of them right now. Following the update of the procedural directive in 2022, a new resource was created. It's called the 1601 TDM Manual. That was created in the fall of 2023. And it more in depth about the process of 1601. So we have an opportunity there to pull some of that guidance and process into the procedural directive where the rest of the process for 1601 lives. And as Herman mentioned, we've had several applications come through under this new updated process for 1601. So 3 different type 1 interchange approvals that have been approved by the Transportation Commission since the PDs were updated, including Crystal Valley, I-76 and Will County Road 8, and the Greeley Merge project. So identifying lessons learned from these projects that have come forward is also part of this process. Next slide. So there are up to 7 steps involved in the 1601 process. These 7 steps don't apply for all projects, but they do if it's a major change to an existing interchange or if it's a new interchange, and if it's a local agency initiated proposal. You'll notice there are 2 steps in here that involve an intergovernmental agreement. So those are not required if it's a CDOT initiated proposal, but otherwise the analysis steps are the same whether it's a CDOT initiated proposal or a local agency initiated proposal. So the process starts with a pre-application meeting to talk about the key requirements. The next step is an initial intergovernmental agreement or IGA that talks about the anticipated schedule, the analysis required, the cost of developing the proposal. So that really sets the stage for the next step called the system level study or SLS. And the system level study really is the heart of the whole 1601 process. That's where all the analysis is conducted to look at different alternatives for the interchange and their impacts, including safety, operational, and environmental impacts. The next several steps are approval steps. So there's the CDOT approval of the SLS. There is a step for approval by the MPO or TPR board, and a step for approval of conceptual design and the NEPA approval. The last step is a final intergovernmental agreement, and that's where the cost of the construction, maintenance, and operations is identified, ownership of assets, and other key details. And once that IGA is signed, then an access permit can be issued for the project. So that seventh step concludes the 1601 process. The next slide. So you may have taken away from the previous slide that there is a lot of back and forth between the applicant, whoever's proposing this interchange, and CDOT. Within CDOT are traffic analysis teams, access teams, engineers. There's our environmental groups. A lot of folks get involved in these 1601 application processes. But there are two key roles of TPRs and MPOs that I wanted to highlight that are within our 1601 process. And both of these are a check on whether the interchange proposal is serving the regional travel and fitting into that regional plan. So the first one is there is a requirement in our policy directive that the interchange has to either connect to a regionally significant roadway or a regionally significant publicly owned facility, or if it doesn't do either of those things, it has to significantly enhance systems, operations, and safety. So there are three different ways that an interchange can sort of show that it's serving the public good. And what we've seen is that first one of regionally significant roadways is often the way that a project is demonstrating that connection. And the way the policy directive defines a regionally significant roadway goes back in most cases to the MPO or TPR regional transportation plan. So if the roadway that's connecting to the interchange is identified as a principal arterial or classified as regionally significant in the adopted regional transportation plan, that is one way that we can satisfy that requirement for the connection standard. There are other plans that could be used if the RTP doesn't have that designation in there for the connecting roadway. They would just have to be found to be acceptable by the chief engineer. So these could be things like a corridor study or a NEPA analysis. The second key role is going back to step 5 that we talked about on the previous slide. There is that approval step by the MPO or TPR to include the project into the regional transportation plan. So this applies for new interchanges and modifications that are adding capacity do need to be included in the fiscally constrained RTP, the TIP, the statewide plan, and the STIP. Typically, this is done after the system level study is completed, but there is also an opportunity for those projects to be included prior, even before a 1601 process is started. And there is a request that is outlined in the procedural directive that if any regional transportation plan does include one of these projects prior to 1601 being done, that they indicate that the interchange will be funded with local dollars, making it clear that inclusion of the interchange in the plan does not indicate support by the TC, and that the requirements of 1601 still apply. There still is this process for the interchange to go through. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the system level study is the core of the 1601 process, and there's two really key functions of the system level study. The first is identifying the short-term and long-term environmental, community, safety, and operational impacts of the project, both on the state highway system and the surrounding transportation system. And the second function is to inform decision makers on whether the project is in the public interest. The system level study includes a lot of different analyses, a screening analysis of alternatives, traffic impact analysis. It looks at operations and safety and environmental impacts. There is a preliminary financial plan identifying the sources of funding for the project, an interchange management plan looking at access points, location of signals and striping, and the transportation demand management plan.
Medora, thank you. The systems level study, while I would say when we were creating the 1601 and going through and talking about it as being a step-by-step, until we actually went through and experienced what that truly means, it isn't as clear cut, I would say, as we thought it might be. And so again, I just want to thank Region 4 and their leadership with putting together essentially a document to help guide communities and developers in putting forth how to actually interpret the SLS, and it's almost a step-by-step. And I guess I would say if there's an opportunity to take that guide and incorporate it into this effort, that maybe it would help really our communities as well as the developers who are essentially the ones having to put together all the documents on behalf of the communities, because only the communities essentially can apply for the 1601, but they're essentially asking the developers to put together all the documents that are required for the submittals. And so it's how we're communicating all of those requirements with those partners that can, have a design sometimes, and then really kind of your point, be very conceptual. So we've got very different 1601s that have been approved by the Transportation Commission. And I think a flow chart of people understanding that this is a two-path process. We've got our Transportation Commission process, and we have our FHWA process for the right-of-way permit. The access permit are two very completely different, somewhat processes, but you need all this information to feed all of it.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Yeah, the Region 4 team has shared that really helpful resource, and I think that's great. There are different conversations going on in different locations. Region 1 has been having in-depth conversations, lessons learned from their projects. And as Herman said, we're really taking this holistic look. How can we improve this process, make it clear for all the different players who are involved of how to walk through these steps? The other thing I wanted to mention from your comment is there is an FHWA process for projects on the interstate, and that's the Interstate Access Justification Report process. And 1601 was designed to meet those requirements. So it does attempt to address both where it can, so that there isn't a duplicative analysis that's required for that separate FHWA process. But that's another area to continue to look at and see if there are areas for improvement.
And I would say in that point, really where you're getting down to is, and the importance of the collaboration with CDOT is who's paying for it and who's building it. And you're basically asking a developer potentially to build a whole interchange on the state system. And does that make sense? Like, how are we, like, what are we really trying to get out of this as far as who's maintaining it for the long term? And that's more of the FHWA side of the coin that we try and get into, because who applies for that access permit kind of dictates it all. And if we've got small communities trying to understand what that means, they're on the hook for a really big project. And I just, careful what you ask for when you make an application.
Thanks. Let's go to the next slide. So as we mentioned earlier, transportation demand management was added into the 1601 process back in 2021. So first, what is transportation demand management? It's a wide range of strategies that can provide alternative modes to single occupancy vehicle travel. So anything from enhancing walking, biking, transit, carpool, and it can look like a lot of different things. It could be infrastructure improvements or providing shuttle service, encouragement programs, transportation management organizations that can build capacity and work with employers and local governments to provide more information and incentive programs. So it looks like a lot of different things. The goal with all of TDM is to provide efficient travel options to the public. So TDM was added into 1601 to preserve the long-term functionality of the constructed interchange improvement. So by ensuring that the traveling public had choices, alternatives to travel in single occupancy vehicles, we can reduce congestion and make sure that that very expensive improvement to the interchange will last a long time. So we see local benefits when we do TDM strategies, things like improving health outcomes, promoting economic activity, providing social mobility, and decreasing congestion. And TDM also supports our state goals with the Greenhouse Gas Roadmap, the Governor's Transportation Vision for 2035, and CDOT's PD14 goals. So next slide. This gets a little more detail on what the TDM requirements are within the policy and procedural directive. This is still fairly high level, but What we have is that for projects that are located within a metropolitan planning organization area, there's a required 3% average daily traffic reduction on the ramps on opening day. But they can also be 5 years after. So anywhere between the opening year and 5 years after. And the reason why that the 5 years after is included is recognition that it can take some time for development patterns around the interchange to occur and for TDM strategies to be effective. And so you don't necessarily need all of the strategies right on opening day. So there's a built-in buffer time of 5 years available. For projects that are outside of metropolitan planning organization areas, the required reduction is a 1% or greater ADT reduction, also on the ramps. There are also 2 pathways for applicants to have either a modified or a reduced TDM requirement. One of those pathways is a good faith effort determination, which provides more time beyond the 5 years for the applicant to implement TDM and get those reductions. The second pathway is a waiver process that either reduces or eliminates the TDM requirement. And this is available for very narrow circumstances where TDM is already well implemented or where TDM strategies are not going to be effective. Things like highly rural areas where the improvement is being added to address system reliability and safety. I do want to highlight at the bottom of the slide, we have some really great training resources from the Office of Innovative Mobility. Tom Joyce offers training to groups in Colorado, to local governments. So if you're interested in learning more about TDM, I highly encourage you to reach out to Tom. There's a lot of resources available. And next slide. Okay, we're starting to get into the portion of the presentation where we'll talk about some considerations for updates, and those are shown in that red text. But before we get more into the policy directive, I did want to take a moment to talk about how TDM in the policy directive relates to the greenhouse gas transportation planning standard. Because there are some ways that these 2 sets of requirements are similar, but there are also ways that they are distinct. So going through this list, as we've talked about 1601's goal, that having TDM in this PD, the goal is to reduce traffic on the ramps so that we preserve functionality of the interchange project. The policy does list additional benefits of the TDM requirement, including offering mode choice, reducing VMT, reducing congestion, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Within the transportation planning standard, the goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air quality, and provide more travel options. PD 1601 obviously is looking at a specific project, whereas the planning standard is looking at a whole slate of planned projects in a plan. The geographic scale is different. For 1601, we're looking at the vicinity of the interchange project, so TDM efforts that are implemented around that interchange so that you're getting the benefit of reduced trips on the ramp, versus the planning standard is looking anywhere within the planning area to get those reductions. So if it's in the MPO, anywhere in that MPO planning area, or for CDOT, we're looking anywhere outside of the MPO areas. The next bullet is on format. So looking at how these requirements are set up in our regulatory framework. We've talked about how 1601 is both a policy and a procedural directive. There are also elements of it in the state access code, which is one of the Colorado Code of Regulations. So regulation, rule, these are the rules that go through the Office of the Secretary of State. So some of the requirements within our policy directive are already set in that access code. For the planning rule, it is a rule. So it is part of the Colorado Code of Regulations. There is a much more established and larger public engagement process and approval process for regulations and rules. There is an accompanying policy directive for for the greenhouse gas planning standard, which is policy directive 1610. And that just gets into the mitigation measures. So just wanted to highlight the little differences there in how these requirements are established. And lastly, on eligible strategies, there's certainly overlap here, but some differences. For 1601, we're looking at TDM that's implemented by the applicant that reduces traffic on the ramps. So not looking at background or previous strategies that have been implemented. And then within the greenhouse gas standard, any planned project or mitigation measure that's reducing transportation emissions. There is a very brief mention of the planning standard within the procedural directive of 1601, mentioning that applicants can go look at those mitigation measures for potential TDM strategies. But there is an opportunity to create a greater connection between these, possibly identifying how they overlap, the distinctions, ability to use certain strategies for both processes. So it's something we're taking a look at. Any comments on this before we move on? Okay, let's keep going. All right, so some aspects that that we're looking at for updates. They fall into sort of three buckets. One is looking at how the types of improvements are defined, making sure that they are clear and consistent between the policy directive and the procedural directive. The second set is looking at the TDM requirements and any lessons learned from projects that have come forward. And the third bucket are provisions that have not received much attention in the past. So things that have been in there for decades to make sure that they're still serving a purpose and that they need to be in there and that they're clear. So I've put in blue on this slide the aspects that are within the policy directive, because we're going to spend a little bit more time on the policy directive in the rest of this presentation. As Herman mentioned, that is something that gets approved by the Transportation Commission. So let's go on to the next slide to talk about some potential considerations for updates. As we do this, I wanted to give a little bit more detail on the policy directive because we've been sort of going back and forth between what's in the policy and what's in the procedure on those previous slides. And one thing I want to highlight, I think the goals that are stated in the policy directive are really helpful for thinking about what we want to do with this update. So these are already stated in the policy directive as goals. The first one is to evaluate interchange proposals in a fair and consistent manner. And the second is to provide flexible proposal. So recognizing the unique conditions while also being fair and consistent across different applications, to me presents sort of a point of balance that we need to find within the process. There's also a stated goal of providing sufficient information for an informed decision, and another goal of minimizing duplicative analytical, regulatory, and procedural requirements. So another one of those balancing points, making sure we're getting all of the information needed for an informed decision while not overly burdening applicants or CDOT. So some key requirements in the policy directive that I wanted to highlight: the applicant is responsible for all costs of project development. And for new interchanges, they are responsible for the cost of construction and maintenance in perpetuity. The second bullet there is that the TC must approve CDOT's participation in any cost sharing proposal. And so I've highlighted it because one of the things we're considering clarifying is if TC approval of this cost sharing can occur via the IGA approval process that's already required under PD 703.0. This is potentially an opportunity where we can streamline and minimize duplicative administrative work. Next slide. Some additional requirements from the policy directive to highlight. The policy directive is outlining those three different types of proposals. It says that type 1 and type 2 need to conduct a system level study. There is no system level study requirement for type 2A. They do need to look at some pieces of data to demonstrate there's not going to be an impact, but it's not the full system level study. The requirement for TDM is in the policy directive. And the other thing I wanted to highlight here is that applicants do need to demonstrate significant progress toward implementation within 3 years after the SLS is approved. There are 2 one-year extensions available, but this really ensures that projects are going forward with information that's up to date and accurate. Next slide. So here are the 3 types of proposals that are defined in the policy directive, and you can see to the right the approver for each type. So type 1 is a new interchange on the interstate or freeway system, and those are approved by the Transportation Commission. Type 2 is a new interchange anywhere else on the state highway system that's not interstate or freeway, and modifications to existing interchanges, and that's anywhere on the state highway system. Those types of projects are approved by the chief engineer. And then type 2A is a minor interchange modification that has little to no impact on the state highway system, consistent with FHWA guidance. Those types of projects are approved by the regional transportation director. So next slide, we'll identify some potential changes that we're considering. So one thing you'll notice is type 2 and type 2A really, type 2A is a subset of type 2 as it's currently defined, because type 2 includes any modification and type 2A says minor modifications. And it would help to, we think it could help to clarify that these are distinct categories since there are different requirements for type 2 versus type 2A. So some things we could do to that end would be to add in the word major into type 2, change type 2A to type 3, just to further distinguish the different types. We're also looking at whether it would be helpful to provide examples of what is meant by a major modification versus a minor modification directly into the policy and/or procedure. Right now, we're referring to FHWA guidance, which means folks need to go look at a different document to try and understand these different types. So potentially adding that directly into 1601 could help with clarifying the types.
Before Medora goes into the next slide, I just want to highlight in a previous slide, Medora talked about what goes to the Transportation Commission for approval. And if there's CDOT dollars in it, then it needs to go to the Transportation Commission for approval. So it talked about that on a previous slide, but it's relevant for this slide. Historically, we've just kind of treated like, oh, if there's CDOT money in it, it's a type 1. The definition of a type 1 doesn't include that there's CDOT money in it, but there's another piece of the policy directive that says if there's CDOT money in it, the Transportation Commission needs to approve it. So for those of you, and there's, I think 4 of the 5 regions will probably have 1601s going through this process in 2026. It's relevant to think, okay, is this going to get approved by the chief engineer or below, or is it going to get approved by the Transportation Commission? So one of the things that we're considering is, what is it about CDOT having money in it that requires it to be approved by the Transportation Commission? We have another process that is the intergovernmental agreement process, that anything that is any intergovernmental agreement that is, I think it's 750 of those every single month. So would that qualify as the Transportation Commission approving it, because they're approving every IGA that's over 750,000? That would get us away from, if it's a project, if it's a potential interchange that's not on an interstate or not on the freeway system, maybe it's much smaller than that, but because CDOT has money in it, it rises to the level of the commission considering it. So that's another element of this that I think is kind of an important distinction, especially for those of you that might be going through this process this year.
Thank you. Next slide.
Actually, I have a question just to throw in a perspective of one that I see possibly coming up would be at Bennett. You have I-70 and Highway 79. It's one that's a very congested intersect or overpass. We have a lot of truck traffic on it. I know there's been a little bit of freight put into that area, freight funding. It needs to be widened to a 4-lane instead of the current existing 1 or 2-lane, with now a stoplight that they've added because of the congestion and housing development that's exploding in that area. Where does that sort of an intersection that's two state highways, an interstate highway, how does that fall into this type of project? If it's something that needs substantial expansion and probably some of the TDM policies, where does that fall into this sort of process?
So If we go back to I think I can try and answer this a little bit. One, I may phone a friend to Jacob. Oh, no, it is. Bennett is part of the Dr. Cog Metropolitan Planning area, so they do have the 3% reduction on that. So we still have to demonstrate the TDM goal on there if it is a type 1 or a type 2 interchange. Based on the description that you would describe, I think it's a type 2, but of course we'd have to do the studies through this under the current rule in order to make that further determination as it goes through the processes under that. So as part of the development of the system level study, they will have to come up with a TDM plan in order to meet the requirements on there. So going through this hypothetical situation, that's kind of like a high level overview of this, but of course it gets into a little bit more detail with it. And the applicant in this particular case would be CDOT, in this case, Region 1. They would go through and do most of the work on there unless the city of Bennett is the one pushing for the application. So.
And because that's not complicated enough, because it is just west of Kiowa Creek, it is within the Dr. Cog MPO, it would be a plan amendment for us. It would actually have to go through our own approval process to amend our regional transportation plan. That's only 9 months of work, no big deal.
It's just one I see driving by it and using that exit occasionally. It's a huge need coming up that probably needs to be addressed now compared to, but it obviously takes a long time. So thank you.
All right, so this slide is talking about the TDM requirements that are in the policy. Oh, there's a question. Yes, Eva.
Does this apply to if a developer wants to do improvements on an interchange?
Yes, the answer is any proposal for a new interchange or a modification, whether it's from the developer or local government agency. The thing to be aware of is that a local government needs to be the applicant. So if it's developer driven, they need to work through the local government to coordinate with CDOT on the project. Because the intergovernmental agreements are going to be between CDOT and a government agency. So the TDM requirements in the policy are written with pretty soft language. There's this statement of as a goal. It talks about the strategies as recommended strategies. It says they should result in this certain reduction in ADT. And so there's an opportunity to clarify here and just use more standard language around requirements that the strategies need to be committed to, that they do need to hit that 3% or 1% greater reduction. But I also want to be clear, and we're going to talk about on the next slide, that there are pathways available for reduction from the requirement or a modification to that requirement. So both making the requirement more clear in the language and making the pathways for modifications more clear. So next slide. Oh, yes.
All right. So I feel like this is a good time to talk about TDM, unless you want to wait for like discussion till the end. Okay. So I think I guess like background on this policy directive is the changes was before the greenhouse gas rule. And I get, there's reference to it in that connection, but I mean, I personally feel like the TDM requirements in this should be removed. Not the scorecard where there's like requirements for like park and rides and whatever that is, like giving options. I think that's fine because it kind of pushes for like those different modes and kind of the intent of this. But I think that when this TDM requirement is in the policy for an interchange, it takes planning out of the MPO. Like the point of having an MPO is to look at the system and see what is best for the system. And if we're being asked to redirect funding to fulfill a 3% reduction on a ramp, which is very hard to do with transit or, other facilities, then we're taking funding from other parts of our system that could have a greater impact on the entire system. And so that's where I have a big problem, especially if it's getting more strict with the 3%. In that it's like it kind of overpowers, right? The point of an MPO, the point of a long range plan, the point of looking at like how things interconnect. And it puts this focus on a specific corridor where it might not actually make sense to do these strategies. I think the 3% too is very high for us. You know, I asked our transportation planner just for our split in modes. And, you know, if you're looking at our whole system, our transit's 0.6% of our ridership. Our, you know, cycling is 3%. Okay, we're not going to get 3% people to cycle to a new interchange. You know, like it's very dependent on what's around it. You're talking about interstates. You're not talking about like roads where it's like, oh, it's easy. You know, people can bike from their house to the store. They can do all this stuff. Like these are areas around interstates. And so while I think that we shouldn't just ignore the fact that we can do things, I don't think we should put this burden onto it where we're trying to make these huge changes in this specific area. I think we should continue in our purpose of looking at the entire system and using that funding for what's best for our communities. So.
Well said. Having been somebody again who's gone through this process and was in a rural area / MPO area and had to go through a plan amendment and has the history of, you know, the TDM requirement, it's subjective. The 3% and the 1%, we've never been given the data supporting where those percentages ever came from. So I think what would be great as part of this update would be to understand where these percentages come from, because to Dana's point with GHG, we're doing overall percentages for our regions, for non-motorized, for transit, you know, those of us who had to do an intermodal facility and it's in the PD and I didn't even get to use it as the you know, being able to say I'm doing an intermodal facility, so I shouldn't have to meet this criteria. How are we addressing the intermodal requirement that says that if you're doing an intermodal facility, you don't have to, and I still had to? So it's one of those things where I think it would be great to get clarification on where's the 3% come from? How did we justify the 3% in the PD to begin with to what we're trying to capture as our overall goal with our TDM? Because I think that our regions are really trying to do TDM and do these efforts and be smart about how we're, again, I mean, you said it perfectly, and how our regions are doing our transportation planning. And in some of these areas, maybe Bennett, you know, we don't have, that's not where we're connecting that one interchange for our regional TDM kind of components. And so, but that doesn't mean we aren't doing it, and we're still not going to have an impact to TDM from a geographic perspective. For example, if we're moving an intermodal facility out of Denver, we're going to have huge greenhouse gas benefit emissions benefits in the Denver region that you don't get to count because it's your interchange isn't in that location. So how are we really as a state and as a region looking at the overall collective benefits to what we're trying to do from a transportation perspective than an isolated, you know, if we're just doing a hotspot analysis, that's where these percentages are very difficult. I mean, you say 3% and that's not much, but when you're in a rural area, it's a lot. 1% is a lot.
If I can jump in real quick before you, Jacob. Yep. Great point on the 3%, 1%. I can't guarantee 100%, but I'm pretty sure we made those up. You know, I think the goal here is the department and the Transportation Commission have a goal of reducing VMT and greenhouse gas emissions statewide. One of the triggers we could use to help create that change was the 1601 policy and procedure directives. So I think what we depends on who you're talking to. We have stakeholders on both sides, right? There's some that are going to say there's got to be a number in there to shoot for, but the number's less important. What we're really looking at is for a developer or local government or CDOT at the beginning of a project, before it's ready to go to ad, before, you know, long before, while you're starting to talk about what are the transportation impacts of this interchange, let's talk about what we can do, what strategies we can do to reduce VMT and greenhouse gases. And if that causes a change in how people think about the project, if it causes a change in behavior early on to say maybe we can be part of a TMO or something like that, then I think some people would say that's enough. We've changed behavior. We've gotten people to think differently. That's going to have a productive impact on reducing greenhouse gas and VMT. There's others that say that 3% should be in statute. It is so important that we make sure that the 3% that we're reducing VMT, we're reducing greenhouse gas. Having it in a policy directive just isn't enough. We're not going far enough in the state to reduce VMT and greenhouse gas, and we should more require these to be in there. Those are I think the bookends that we're struggling with and trying to find that happy median. And I think a few years ago, in trying to find that happy median, we started looking at things like as a goal and should, and a good faith effort that's referenced in the procedural directive, but not in the policy directive. So those are the things we're trying to tackle. So, and we appreciate you guys helping us tackle it.
Yeah, thanks. So to be clear, first, I'm speaking for myself, not for my agency, because we don't have an official position. But I think it's fair to say we don't oppose TDM, and we actually do a lot of direct TDM work. It's that from my perspective, it is a one-size-fits-all that's really hard, and the distinction, whether it's in an MPO or not an MPO, is not fine-grained enough. And to use your own examples, I-25 in Crystal Valley and I-76 and Weld County Road 8 are at the fringes of my region. One is literally on the border with three other jurisdictions. And they look very different, right? It's very different to talk about TDM at I-76 and Weld County Road 8 than it is at, say, I-25 and University, to pick one, where there's a light rail line, there's a university next door, it's in the core of the urban area, right? It's really different. So I think there needs to be more nuance and fidelity to what it means to satisfy TDM requirements based on the actual location of the interchange, the presence of transit service, the local land use context and character. I mean, there's probably a whole bunch of factors we could come up with, right? But I think right now it's a one-size-fits-all sort of requirement that is hard to apply fairly and evenly across our diverse regions. And, in a sense, in a way, it's almost superseded by the greenhouse gas rule. We don't subject other projects. I'll speak for our process. We're a non-conformity, non-attainment area for air quality conformity, and we have the greenhouse gas requirements, but we don't do that work on an individual project basis. We do it on a plan basis because those are the state and federal requirements. And yet, in this particular case, when we're looking at a very sort of micro level, project level, now all of a sudden we have a very project-specific requirement. So I just wonder if there's some opportunity to rethink, while supporting the overall concept of what we're trying to do, to rethink the implementation and actualization of it. Thanks.
John.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. My memory is not, what it needs to be, so I could be remembering this wrong. But I just want to say, I think if I remember when this was all happening, when the pushback had really started, that's when it was sort of like, oh, well, as a goal and should. And all of a sudden now we're taking out that sort of stuff and we're going to make it tougher. And again, I agree with what you're saying, Herman. There's definitely a lot of a spectrum of folks, how they feel about this. But I think if this wording gets changed, I think people who were like, okay, well, we were assured that this wouldn't have that big of impact, are going to come back to the table now, because this definitely does changes things, especially if you make it tougher. Because as it is, I agree with everything that's been said about, this one size fits all. There's going to be a lot more pushback because there's no tie-in to actually, controlling things on a ramp versus a system sort of thing. So while it sounds like a great thing, I'm not sure that most people can make the connection of actual real GHG reductions based on this effort, but they can have a real world implications of not being able to connect to the system because of this rule. So I just wanted to throw that out. Maybe other people remember differently who were around when this was passed, but I do seem to remember there was sort of a reassurance that, well, this is the way we're going to do it. And now that reassurance seems to be going away.
Thank you. Dana.
Yeah, I get wanting to have something, in there that, is a goal that's like you have to comply with. I think that if you wanted it to actually be effective, like having a % of the project that goes to the MPO or to that area for TDM would actually, you could actually show like, this has resulted in this. So if it was like, let's just say $100 million and 3% goes, you know, you could say this amount went to increased transit, this amount went to trails, you know, it would be like some amount that went to kind of offset the impact in that area. Then you could show like, there's a direct connection. I think I agree with John where it's like this 3% on a ramp, like, what does that even mean to like a person, you know? So I think having a more direct connection could be helpful to the goals of the TDM. But I just don't think that like what's stated is it. I agree with Jacob too, like even, you know, you're talking about across DRCOG, but across the state, like MPOs look very differently. So you're not only just looking at like interchanges in different areas, you're looking at very different communities that you're putting these interchanges in.
Elizabeth.
I really like the idea of the menu of options for strategies, right? So Herman, you were talking about, you know, it could be a multiple strategies that you're looking at. I know we're trying, it's easier to just put a number to something, but if there's a way that we could say, these are all the strategies for this area, you know, that we're implementing to that point, whether you tie it to a dollar amount or not, but really that you're having that holistic approach as part of this. I think the concern is if you guys don't agree with what the strategies are, you're not approving the 1601. And so how really are we working together with this not being kind of the holdup for getting something approved that is going to benefit the region holistically? And so I you know, it could be you're reducing, you know, for non-attainment in our areas, you're reducing congestion significantly to improve air quality. You know, how we're measuring it and all the different strategies collectively, how they work together, not just you've got to have 3% of, you know, transit or other ways we can think outside the box because we don't have transit in all of these areas.
And I'll just say before Dana continues and shows maybe some hope on the next slide for some of you. We haven't decided. We've not even brought this to the Transportation Commission. We don't have internal red lines that show the 3% may be more required. In fact, we also have some proposals that maybe it's 3% or that's that checkbox of things of potential strategies that maybe it's a point system. And if you check these, it doesn't matter as much that the 3% is hit or not hit, but you've checked enough of these boxes that that's good enough. There's also a, you know, there is a beginning of this process.
Yeah, for time, let's go to the next slide. So we've talked about the two different pathways that exist for a modified or reduced requirement, the good faith effort, which gives more time. This is currently not referenced in the policy directive, and the term is just very briefly mentioned in the procedural directive with more detail available in the TDM manual. So we can be much more clear about this pathway as an available option to provide some relief, you know, recognizing these unique circumstances of interchange locations. The waiver process is already pretty clearly defined in the procedural directive and referenced in the policy directive. Next slide. Okay, last big slide here is on the connection to the state highway requirement. So in the policy directive, as I mentioned, there are 3 different ways that an interchange can show that it's serving the regional good by either connecting to a regionally significant roadway or to a regionally significant publicly owned facility, or resulting in significant improvement in the operations and safety of the state highway system. The word in there is connections. And one thing we found is it's not very clear which types of proposals this is required for. And so we could look at more clearly mapping this requirement to certain types. So maybe that's type 1 or type 2, certain categories of modifications that would need to meet this standard. On the right is how regionally significant roadway is defined in the policy directive for this purpose of 1601. And it talks about the regional transportation plans classification of the roadway as a principal arterial or higher, or as regionally significant. But it doesn't mention that CDOT has a functional classification for all roadways that's approved by FHWA. And that's another option for these roadways. If they're already classified as principal arterial or above in CDOT system, it could meet this requirement. Next slide. So our next steps, continuing to identify opportunities for clarification, draft those red lines for the policy and the procedural directive, bring those red lines for the policy directive back to STAC, and include discussion of key aspects of the procedural directive. And then taking those to the respective approval bodies, the policy directive would go to the TC and the procedural directive to the executive director. And that is it on the presentation. Anything else, Darius or Herman?
I would just say from that, there's no dates with that. So that we're, as Herman said, we're at the beginning of this process. So taking a look at some ideas on here. And we had this meeting particularly to talk about this topic, but that doesn't mean that it has to stop there. If there's any other conversations, myself, Medora are open to having one-on-one conversations on other potential ideas that we take a look as we go through this process before we have a final item available for consideration by the TC.
And I guess just the other thing I would add is we do recognize that it's going to take some time to get the policy directive through with the Transportation Commission. We need to give them first a overview of what the heck the policy and procedural directive even is, because we have some new transportation commissioners that haven't had to look at one of these before. And we know that in the next couple months, there's potentially 1 to 3 of these that could come before the Transportation Commission with the current policy and procedural directive in place. So we recognize that a few of you in this room, I think, are probably struggling with, well, do we go to the TC or is it the chief engineer? Is it a type 1 or is it a type 2? Do we have the 3% requirement or can we do a checkbox? So we'll continue to work with you as best we can to try to manage those that are coming through in the next couple months to the commission that are pushing up against the updates that won't be completed until, at least a couple of months. So we recognize that's a timing issue for a lot of people, and we'll just keep trying to work through it.
I just had like one last thought. I think that, in thinking about the 1601 and like we're in the process, so we have no plans to do any other interchanges in our area for a long time. But I think just as a principle, like, the greenhouse gas policy was, very well thought out and there was a lot of collaboration. But I think like something we missed was looking back and saying like, what should this maybe replace, or like, how are these connected to other policies? And so I think that's something good. I think also it makes me a little nervous when we're focusing more on good faith efforts. Like if the point of the policy is to have a really clear path, and then it's like, oh, but we're going to have all these other efforts, then it's like, well, maybe we should look at the policy and make it so that most people can get through, it's clear enough and it works for the majority, and the good faith efforts are kind of like really strange, uncommon situation. So I think that's my only concern, because then it does become very subjective, because it's like, well, this person thinks we made a good faith effort. And I know like from our perspective, there's kind of a fear when going for like a good faith effort, because it's like, well, if they deny us, then we can't do the interchange. So I think there's like, it makes things, I think, complicated when you're kind of trying to go all these different routes. And these are huge processes.
Okay. Give me one.
And I just know like from the perspective of local governments, they also, want this to work well in their system. They also, want the ramps to work for a long time, because they are taking the burden of the interchange on themselves. They're not asking CDOT to build this interchange for them. They're taking this burden on themselves, and it will be paid for and maintained by local governments. So.
Any other input on the 1601 at this point? Okay, thank you. All right, Transportation Alternatives Program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Nason in just a second. We just wanted to give a quick update on this program as we're developing it out just at a very high level. We're planning to open this up. This is, of course, for the state grants, not the grants that are funded by our MPO partners. I believe Dr. Cog and North Front Range have their own calls for TAP grants because they get funds that are appropriated to them. I think maybe Pikes Peak as well, but John, correct me if I got that incorrect. So this is for that. We're planning to open the call in fall and just going over some of the logistics with it as we kind of prepare for that, so you know what's coming up later on this year. So Nasa, please.
Thanks, Darius. So hi, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Nasa Birmingham, and I am a part of Darius's team, and I'm going to share a little bit more with you about this program. To set some context, I think there was some really great feedback that those of you that were on STAC when this call occurred in 2023 that you provided, and that feedback has been integrated. And so I'm hoping as you go through this presentation, those of you that were here see and recognize some of those improvements that you had requested. So next slide. Thank you. So just to get some grounding for everyone, I know that not everybody was here in 2023. So the Transportation Alternatives Program is a federally funded discretionary grant program that funds small-scale transportation projects, including bike and pedestrian facilities, environmental and historical mitigation activities. And there is a very narrow category that we are calling boulevards. It is incredibly narrow, but I will give you more information if that interests you. There are some elements that are required in the process based on information shared in the IIJA. It must be a competitive process to select the projects that receive this funds, and the process must include state priorities. So note that these are sort of the parameters that we are working under as a state agency that is deploying these funds. Next slide. So to set some background, Transportation Alternatives Program has been around for 13 years. CDOT has managed 138 transportation alternative projects since the inception of the program, and we have managed almost $100 million in awarded projects to the local communities through this specific funding stream. Next slide. And as Darius mentioned, the state allocation is distributed in 3 buckets. The first is to the MPOs. About 35% goes directly to the MPOs, and that is because of their urban density. They distribute those funds based on their own discretionary grant management process. CDOT receives approximately 58% of the total allocation to Colorado, and that is divided into our regions. So that's important to us because we feel like these should be local decisions. The formula for how it's divided into the CDOT regions includes things like vehicle miles traveled, lane miles, and truck vehicle mile traveled. The last portion is a relatively small portion, about 7.5% goes directly to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who contributes or who conducts an annual call for recreational trail grant programs. It typically occurs in the fall. And that program usually is about $1 million and $1.5 million annually. I just wanted to also note at this slide, Jeff mentioned earlier that some of the federal discussions that we're having, federal funding program discussions that we're having are all based on forecast, and that's similar to this program. We are using forecasting information based on historical context. And as I said, TAP has been around for about 13 years. So our forecasts are using evidence to suggest how we think this will be going moving forward. So next slide. So eligible project types. So there are 4 categories for eligible projects. The first is bike and pedestrian facilities. That includes things like safe routes to school projects, vulnerable road user safety assessments, conversion of abandoned railway corridors to trails, and bike and ped facilities like sidewalks, bike lanes, safe crossings, bulb outs. The next category, and I'm sorry, this slide has sort of scrunched it a bit, is what we're coining environmental mitigation. So vegetation management, archaeology, stormwater mitigation, and wildlife management. The third is historic and scenic activities. So these are things like ensuring that there's outdoor advertisement, historic preservation of facilities, scenic turnouts and overlooks on scenic byways are also eligible. And then the fourth category, as I mentioned earlier, is a bit of a narrow category, but it doesn't fit beautifully into the other three. So we have given it its own separate area, and that's converting former interstates into low-speed boulevards. Again, it is quite narrow and it hasn't frequently been used, but that is an eligible category for this funding source. Next slide. So who is eligible to apply? It's like many of the other CDOT grant programs, local governments, regional transit authorities and agencies, natural resource or public land agencies. This is a bit unique to TAP, school districts, tribal governments, nonprofits, MPOs, TPRs, and then any other local or regional government entity with responsibility for transportation in their area. We'll go to the next slide. So as Darius mentioned earlier, our plan is to conduct a call for the next grant projects in fall of 2026. So that's this next fall. We will be releasing this schedule later this spring about exactly what to expect for this call. It will follow a similar review and scoring process to the last call. And what I mean by that is we will have a draft review period where interested applicants will submit their ideas to us, and we will have conversations with them about is your budget really going to reflect the work that you want to conduct? Is your engineering, are you prepared to go through the engineering steps? So we will be having that first step, and then of course we'll go through a scoring committee review to determine who the eligible applications will then convert into approved applications. Our scoring rubric will include the requirements that are both state and federal, and I want to go into that one in the next slide. So I think this is where we heard some feedback from the STAC was let's really make sure if we are making locally based decisions that our TPRs are represented on this review committee. And that was a really great suggestion. So we will be integrating that into the next call for TAP funds as well. Some TPRs have already had some conversations about who they would like to elect to sit on those scoring review committees, and some have not had that conversation yet. We have the privilege of time, and so it will come sometime before the fall. And next slide. So these are some of the federal and state requirements. I addressed this a little bit earlier, but I do think it's important to recognize that there are specific categories that you can be eligible for funding. What's also important is addressing system gaps. And then on the right side, you'll see there are some state-based requirements that are being integrated. Ensuring that these projects are supported by their community is one of our state requirements. That the projects are strategically developing economic areas such as neighborhood centers and following the strategic growth laws. And I'll talk a little bit more about those items on the next couple of slides. Also addressing unmet, go back if you don't mind, thank you. Addressing unmet needs in priority projects. So are there gaps in priority areas around active transportation that are really important that we address? And Dana, you sort of mentioned this a little bit in your comments about the last presentation, that there might be strategic priorities that you all feel are critical, and those need to be addressed first if there are gaps in the system. And then making sure our grantees have the capacity and readiness to manage these projects. I think we've learned a lot about managing CDOT projects as a grantee, and we want to make sure that our grantees feel prepared for what that looks like. Now we'll go to the next slide. So let's talk a little bit about the strategic growth elements that will be integrated into the next call. This was integrated in the last call. It will just be a little bit more specific in this call. So neighborhood centers are included in Colorado Statute 174, and it indicates that CDOT needs to consider neighborhood centers in specifically applicable programs, which does include the TAP program. Its goal is to coordinate investments to achieve better built environment through walkable environments and efficient access to jobs and environmental sustainability. So what this means is there are going to be voluntary designations by local governments. So local governments can say to DOLA, hey, I'm really interested in this. I would like to become a neighborhood center or designate a specific area as a neighborhood center. And we are either planning on doing this or we are currently actively building this out. Either one of those can qualify a local government for a neighborhood center. The unique thing about this is the way that DOLA is approaching how they designate neighborhood centers is via a pilot. So the pilot is currently taking place. They have selected 5 small and large communities that are going through the process currently with DOLA to determine what do these criteria actually need to look like and what are the questions we need to ask properly so that we have the right scorecard to determine if these areas are neighborhood centers. Their plan is by fall to have those definitions fully clear so that communities can start voluntary designation. Are there any questions specifically on this topic? Okay, I want to keep on going. Next slide. So the strategic growth laws. So the governor released an executive order last summer, basically saying there are strategic growth laws that local governments must comply to. And those 7 laws will be monitored on a compliance dashboard by DOLA. And this dashboard is dynamic. And so what that means is if communities continue to work towards compliance with their 7 laws, then DOLA will regularly update the dashboard. Each community will get a score based on their level of compliance. So what that means is they will either get a fully compliant score, which means they get 100% on their sort of report card, or they will get a partially compliant scorecard, which means they will get something less than 100%. We are required to integrate this into our scoring rubric based on this executive order. So this will be a part of our decision-making process. I think it's important to note most communities are already compliant. There's just a few that are in the process or have made the decision to not be compliant. So frankly, most communities in Colorado will get this full score. If there are no questions on this, I think my last slide is questions. So I tried to fly through this because I know I only have a few minutes left between you and your lunch, but are there any questions for me?
So to apply for TAP, the communities have to meet those.
Great question, Gary. So they don't have to. So it's just that we are required to integrate that into our scoring rubric. So what that means is of the neighborhood centers designation, or are they compliant to the strategic growth laws? We are not using it as a final decision making. So it's going to be a small portion, but it will enhance a project's ability to get funds in the scoring rubric.
And it'll still be decided at the regional levels.
Yes. Great question.
So the overall application process and the reviews will be very similar to the previous cycles.
It will be really similar, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or things on the TAP process? Okay. Those will be coming up, so be getting your communities ready to apply. Okay, our last one is Senate Bill 2530, increase transportation choice, reduce emissions inventory.
So we'll run through this real quick, and basically this is just a reminder and kind of a call that if you have projects that meet this on the state roadway, especially outside of the MPO areas, this is the opportunity to let staff know whether it's active transportation or transit projects, so we can be added to that inventory, which is required from the state level to be done on July 1st of 2026. There's other notices that have gone out locally to areas outside the MPO areas. And this is just a kind of a reminder that if you have projects or you're interested in putting projects that are not currently out there, that we're able to gather those in some time on that. So there is a definition, there is a memo document in the packet that kind of goes through this in more detail, but quickly Medora is going to go into a few details on this.
Thank you, Darius. Yes, so there is a statutory requirement, and the requirement is on CDOT and on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So as we go through this, just want to highlight that it is optional for local governments and transit agencies outside of the MPO areas to participate in creation of this inventory. So Senate Bill 2530 requires CDOT to create an inventory of projects that would address gaps in transit, bicycle, and pedestrian networks. The purpose of this is to identify those projects that could have an impact on improving connectivity and safety, reducing emissions, and increasing mode choice for people walking, biking, rolling, and taking transit. There's a pretty wide scope of what can be included in this inventory. Funded projects can go in here. Unfunded planned projects can go in this inventory. It's sort of like compiling all of the known planned projects that are out there in the universe and getting them into this one list. There's no financial constraints or specific time horizons for the projects that are put onto this inventory. And this is a coordinated effort. So to the extent that local governments and transit agencies are able to submit their projects to this inventory, it'll make it more comprehensive of the needs that have been identified around the state for the state highway system. Next slide. Metropolitan planning organizations also have a requirement under Senate Bill 2530. Trying to go too fast here. So MPOs also have to conduct an inventory that's completed by July of 2026. They're looking at the regionally significant roadways within their planning area. And local governments within MPOs had a statutory deadline of the end of December last year to submit their planned projects to their MPO. There is no similar requirement for local governments outside of MPO areas. So CDOT, same as MPOs, has a deadline of July 1st of completing this inventory. As I said, our inventory is just looking at state highways. And to do this, we're inviting the local governments outside of the MPO areas and the transit agencies to submit any of their planned projects to CDOT to be included. Next slide, please. The next two slides are going to talk about the types of projects that can go onto the inventory. And thinking back to the first slide, the purpose of the inventory is to identify how we can close gaps and provide more mode options. And so we did want to focus this inventory just on projects that are adding new service, new travel options, and exclude those project types that are focused on maintenance or operations. While those are obviously very critical projects and there are grant funds that are available for those types of projects, we just wanted to narrow the universe of this inventory a little bit and keep it focused on the purpose that was defined in the statute. So project types from the transit realm that can be included are new service, extended service routes, service enhancements like increased frequency, or a transit facility that's supporting some type of service expansion. And not looking to include operations or maintenance of existing routes or planning efforts or data collection. Next slide. Within active transportation, there are a number of different project types that we're looking at, including sidewalks, on-street bike facility, off-street bike facility, crossing improvements, traffic calming. So there are a wide range of improvements. On the right are the list of things we're not looking to capture: wayfinding, education or encouragement, multimodal plans, data collection, count programs. So again, very important efforts, just not going to be housed within this inventory. Next slide. I've mentioned that this is an inventory of planned projects, so I did want to define what is a planned project. It's any proposed improvement specified in a plan or study that's looking at transportation needs. These plans can have been authored by a city, a county, the state, or a regional transportation planning organization. And they can be anything from an active transportation plan, a transit plan, a capital improvement plan, a mobility element of a comprehensive plan, or environmental documents like NEPA documents and Pell studies or safety plans. So you can think broadly about where these projects might be living currently in various plans. Next slide. For CDOT, we're already taking a look at the full project lists that have been developed for the rural transportation planning regions 2050 RTPs and their transit plans. And we've pulled out the eligible projects from those full project lists. And there are over 300 projects around the state that are going to be pulled into the inventory. We're also looking at the 10-year plan, transit connection study, existing bike ped safety studies for Region 1, Region 4, and NEPA documents to identify those projects. Next slide. This timeline. We've communicated this opportunity to local governments around the state in emails that went out this week. And we're offering two ways for the agencies to participate. They can look at those projects that are already in the RTP and provide additional detail for those projects. And they can also submit other projects that are in other plans and get those onto the inventory. The deadline is April 3rd. We are hosting a webinar in March if anyone wants to attend and ask questions. We'll be finalizing the inventory by the statutory deadline of July 1st. And there's also a requirement that we submit a report to the TLRC by the end of October looking at the financials of this inventory. So what is the financial need for these projects? What are the financial resources available? So having that information about each project is really helpful for creating that financial report that's due to the Transportation Legislation Review Committee. Next slide. I want to make it clear that the role for TPRs in this effort is just to spread awareness. Local governments and transit agencies can work directly with CDOT to get their projects onto this inventory. We have some resource links there, some contact information. And beyond the deadlines that are coming up, this inventory is going to roll into the regional and statewide planning process in the future. So even if you can't make the deadline this time, this will be an ongoing planning effort where we can pull in projects in the future. Sorry, I rushed through that, but thank you. And let me know if there are any questions.
Any questions on the report requirements? Okay, seeing none. Well, I think that gets us to the end of the meeting. Did want to touch on the CDOT traffic safety grant information that was in the end of the packet.
Yes, so just for to let everybody know, the Highway Safety Office within CDOT will be soliciting grant applications for projects focusing on community traffic safety, data, and law enforcement. These are part of federal programs out of our Highway Safety Office, so those have been. Grant applications will open on February 20th, 2026 and close on March 20th. There is more information on the CDOT safety section of the website to create an e-grants account to apply for those. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me or my staff and we'll be able to help you out with getting that information if you're interested.
Just one more, sorry. I know
Yeah,
everybody wants to leave. Is CDOT going to be submitting any build grants for any projects this year? I know they're due this month. I just didn't know if you guys were making any applications for projects.
We are, and put on the spot, I guess I have to try to remember which ones they are. I think we are going for some more reconstruction on I-76 in Region 4. I think we're resubmitting in Region 2 the 8-mile project. And that's all I can think of at the moment.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments before we adjourn? Our next meeting will be online on March 5th. So We'll see you all via Zoom on March 5th. Thank you.